you decided to come, thank you. But this is your fault as well, but thank you for coming. This year we are more organized than we have been in prior years. We have some really solid sponsors. Our biggest sponsor is JP Morgan. Thank you, JP Morgan, for coming forward and trusting us. We also have we did a pivot this year with two other types of sponsors that are helping us out with our infrastructure this year. So Vios has donated licenses for all of our core routing and networking infrastructure that we are using this year, and it has been significantly an improvement of an experience of the packets no longer hate us. They are more conformant. And John Spangenberg in the back here, and I don't know if Dave is in the room, but those two gentlemen have been instrumental in wrangling all of that stuff, so things should run smoother this year. And then we also have Unix Surplus. They provided the hardware that we are using for all the hypervisors that are in play for the experiences, which is another important component for bringing things to you generally. And then last but not least are the South Philly CISOs. It's a ragtag group of humans that live in South Philly, and one dog. They're an amazing group of friends, peers, professionals in the area. There isn't anything, they don't know the word no. It's not a part of their vernacular. And they just step up wherever, whenever, even ad hoc. So you'll see them around in a t-shirt, and you'll see in a little bit. But if you see them, please, you have my permission to give them a tackling hug. But this year, as far as the events, other than you're at a conference, there's things to do other than just having your butts fall asleep in these chairs. You can stand up and do some stretches. South Philly CISOs are now walking in. The CTF events this year are explorative, optional, to some, compulsory to others, but they are a part of the general reason why I have this conference. And part of the reason is to not just have a reflection of nostalgia for all of us who take ibuprofen with our vitamins in the morning, but there's a younger generation of folks that are out there that all they know is cloud and cloud infra and abstraction and not even hypervisors anymore. They've lost the experience and the ease of the experience of wrenching on cars. So the purpose of this event is to be able to bring that experience back. How some of us who wake up in the morning knowing what the weather is going to be like because your knee is angry with you, are going to be able to reintroduce to them. So the main CTF event has a variety of flags buried here and there and everywhere. If you look on your badges, you will see one of those flags to kind of get you started. Then last year we had an event that turned not from an event but to a learning experience. And last year it was the Curmudgeon Challenge. And the point of it was it's a whole bunch of old infrastructure from the early 2000s and a little bit late 90s. And the Curmudgeon was in the middle of a system upgrade of migrating all of these systems to modern-ish infrastructure, and they quit in the middle of it. And you had to migrate email servers, voice over IP infrastructure, routing infrastructure, and what I was enthralled with seeing was people were just wanting to play with it and not really do what I thought the experience was. So we've pivoted. We're making it an experience. So we have you're going to build a late 90s era ISP called JawnCon. Yet another wide area network. That acronym doesn't fully fit, but work with me here. There are time slots signed up for it so that they can reset the infrastructure, but for the students and other folks in the room, please, if you want to re-traumatize yourself over BGP, you're more than welcome to. Dave is not back in the room yet, but John, is there anything else about that infrastructure that you want to call out? Okay, alrighty. And then part of also the main CTF event is a sub-event called Wrong OS. The South Philly CISOs have this concept called wrong steaks, where as they travel the world, they want to order a cheesesteak. just how wrong is this cheesesteak from a proper South Philly cheesesteak? For the longest time, there's a cafeteria not that far from where I am standing that has held the first place prize of the worst cheesesteak that they have experienced consistently. For me, one of the worst wrong steaks I had was when I was in Canada and ordered a cheesesteak that was on the menu, and it was literally a steak with a block of cheese on it. Technically correct, poorly executed. There was no bread. So the idea of a wrong steak moved over to becoming wrong OS. So I have hardware hidden in the event infrastructure, and your goal is to match the hardware to the operating system that is running on that hardware. I guarantee you, Nmap is going to be very grumpy with you. It is the wrong operating system running on that hardware. I'll give you an example of one that I didn't get quite working stably, but Windows NT4 on a Nintendo GameCube. That is awfully wrong. But the pivot of this is that for the company infrastructure that is being simulated there, they have a very liberal bring your own device policy. So people clearly brought their own devices and put them into infrastructure, and it is your job to identify the operating system to the piece of hardware. The hardware is labeled wrong OS 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and so on and so forth, but your job is to match the operating system running on that hardware on the network to the device. Have fun with that. It was just as much fun to get this shit to work reliably and do terrible things to silicon again. And then the last one is ADHDSL. This was a challenge that emerged organically last year. We have a DSLAM that's full functional, and for those who don't know what ADSL is, it's a part of the DSL family of technologies. There's HDSL, IDSL, SDSL, and ADSL. And ADSL was a technology that is very forgiving about the medium in which the signal is being moved across. And there was a paper that, or actually it was a news article written in the mid-2000s where an ADSL signal was being sent over wet twine. Over a long distance. So the challenge this year is that we have the DSLAM, we have testing equipment from the time period, we have two quantifiable and one qualifiable measure how fast, how far we can measure, and how weird is the substrate in the material. Last year the winner was noodles. Matt's not in the room, I didn't trigger him. It was spaghetti. And it was over a long distance. We even had a circle of people holding each other's hands, and we were able to at least get an ADSL handshake over handshakes. But there was capacitance lost, and we couldn't get a stable signal out beyond that. But that's what that challenge is about. So bring your creativity, bring your ideas, and find some weird materials and see how far and how fast you can get that DSL signal to move across. Okay. This is a hard one. Our donations this year, we have two things that we're donating to. Last year and the year prior, we had a swear jar. Fuck this shit, shit's fucky, put some money in the swear jar, it goes to the conference to help us balance out the budget. This year, my family has been going through some shit, and it's my wife has brain cancer. She would be here today, but she's back in the hospital. She is probably on the live stream, so it's at least being recorded, so everyone shout, "Hi, Beth!" Hi, Beth! All right, that worked. That was loud. So we've been very blessed and fortunate in our lives with friends, families, opportunities, support as we've navigated this journey. Not everyone is as fortunate as us. So this year, the swear jar is going to the charity that has options, multiple different directions that the money can be allocated. This year, we're choosing to allocate it to funds to support families that aren't as fortunate as us, that don't have the peer groups, that don't have the ability to afford the nursing, the care, the medical equipment. It's going to cover those expenses like food, delivery, and things like that versus medical research, and that side of the option plays. The other one is another hacker family member, Freak Out, has suffered a tragic event in his life, and there's we're making it easier for folks to be able to support his family as they navigate their stuff too. So fuck 2025. It's been bad. The dark side of me says it's going to get worse before it gets worse, but it doesn't. Thank you for your love and support for everyone who's been reaching out to us and helping us. And that's the hard part. I almost lost it. Dot or Not is our DJ again. If y'all want jams, he should be in the Discord playing music for y'all. If not, I'll wake him up. And then tomorrow, we have ham radio exams again happening in the afternoon. We have the classroom for the full day. So in the morning, you can have your own self-study, quiet time review. There are apps that you can use to test yourself, test your might, get ready for it, but they'll be available tomorrow. And then the other thing that I want to call out is that as we have been navigating growing the event, holy shit, did we have a lot of CFPs come in this year. It was wonderful. We appreciate everyone who spent the time and energy to do it. And this is the first year that we had to do rejections and actually have thoughtful matrices about like really deep weighted conversations. And I've been on CFP review boards for a lot of different conferences that are great and wonderful as well. And the folks who did it for JawnCon felt the struggles that I did for the first time, having to navigate all the hard things. So thank you for everyone who threw in a talk and submitted. Our growth is on track and is probably going to lead to what, well, let's get into them. So here are our talks in this room today and tomorrow. Today is on your left, tomorrow is on your right. Full day in this room. That was last year, we were just in this room, and the year before we were just in this room. But this year, tomorrow, we have another track that opens up full of talks and is in the building. I'm staring right at it. It's just right across the ways. On the second floor, we'll have signs up for everyone to be able to go find it easily. It's also the same building where the ham radio exams are going to be held as well. So holy guacamole, we have a lot of fun, diverse topics for you. Some of them have to do with technology, some of them don't, and that is wonderful. It's a fucking John. Alrighty, tomorrow, this is the high-level list, and for those, I did not note this, I forgot to. There are 5 talks that are not going to be streamed or recorded. That's going to be updated on the website and identified for your ease. So if you choose to be able to see them, you'll be able to figure out where they are and which ones they are. But all the others are streamed and recorded for your remote viewing pleasure. So feel free to experience the event and know that it'll be there for yourself later. Okie dokie, let's talk about other bullshit that happened in 2025. So last year, we embarked on a discussion about how things were going to be difficult, weird, and fucky. And we focused on like AI is kind of like going to become a thorn in our side. This year we have a bigger thorn in our side in the form of tariffs. So the first badge prototype, it's still under development, but it's a cost matrix thing at this particular point. Last year, I made you all wear modems for your badges. Yeah, this year it was going to be Ultrix. I'm still hammering it out. The little chip that we need is called PS RAM. It went from being 75 cents a piece to about $14 a piece. Yeah, I heard that. That is not financially wise to spend that type of money on. So that badge, it's been paused, but it was killed by the tariffs. Okay, so tariffs came and they went, and but we pivoted. I helped do a basement clean out of a fellow who had a PDP-11 amongst other gear in his basement. And in the corner of the basement was all these boxes of old, like, couldn't figure out what it was. Based upon the date codes of the resistors and the LEDs that were on it, the best we could say it was something from the late 60s. And there were about 350 of them, which was fantastic. So, and yes, the solder in them is not solder that California approves of. it would come with all those various warning labels. So we started pivoting towards using that towards the badge. And would you believe it? Like in order to drive it, there's ways that we know how to drive LEDs about like common anodes or cathodes or whatnot. This was before things made sense. It took a good hot minute to figure out how they wired this thing with the LEDs because it made absolutely no sense. But hey, everything worked at 5 volts and we were on our way. And then tariffs came back again. And would you believe it? A 555 timer IC went from being 3 cents to about $9 a chip. A 555 surface mount. Oosh. So, fuck that one. That's still in the back burner. I have that board ready to go. We can do that again in the not so distant future. And that badge design, we're going to call it the JawnCon, like a disky from Apollo 11, but the JawnCon. Because it was a backlit display panel is what we figured out what the board was for, but we didn't know what it was backlighting for. Couldn't find anything about that. So this year, and because of our relationship with the Raspberry Pi Foundation, and they've been amazing in helping us, even with the first badge and other things, I got us tariff-free Raspberry Pi badges, components for you, pre-tariff prices. So, but there were still some tariffs to pay. The badges, the total cost of the badge shipment, a third of it was just for the PCBs. The other 2/3 were taxes and stuff. So, yeah, he did that. And it is clearly his fault. So anyways, the tariffs were not fun. So the badge this year, there are 2 parts to it. The first part is the PCB. And the upper right-hand corner is kind of like a proto board sort of area, if you want to get into that. And then there's a header in the bottom right-hand. You can mount your Raspberry Pi to the bottom. We'll have soldering stations upstairs set up momentarily. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's at home. I can pick that up and bring it in. But we have some example circuits for you, everything from turning your badge to being a TV beacon, to Das Blinken lights, we have bins of parts. And ever since last year's badge design sub-requirement that Dragon and I had of like, we have a lot of extra components in our basement over the decades of just building random stuff. How can we recycle and reuse not this e-waste, but these thousands of resistors that I have? Well, this is your opportunity for playing with some PTH stuff. If you don't want to do the soldering thing, your other choice is you can log into your badge. It's got a web page. It's ready to go. And it'll get you access to other parts of the JawnCon environment where we have for each badge, we have a virtual machine booted right now for you that has OS 9, Windows XP, and Haiku. So you can they're all pre-configured, ready to go. You'll be able to log into the AOL instant messaging server. There's all that sort of stuff back up and running again. It's clean, I hope. If you have any problems with it, shout out in the Discord. It'll get managed and fixed. I haven't tested all the badges at once, but when I was doing like 5 to 10 and 20 of them at a time, nothing seemed to break, and that was good enough for my QA check at that point. At the end of the event, the code for it will be published. You can do whatever you want with it at that particular point. Just know that the badge does check in to the server for polling and statistics so that I can monitor the health of this thing to make sure if I need to spin up or tear down resources on the fly, because really don't know how this stuff works at scale, but yeet it into production. And Mike had some, oh yeah, there may be, that's not going to affect y'all. Never mind. There won't be any purple smoke. I'm not going to bring that attitude in. But it should be fun. And there's like a shell that you'll be able to use to log into the badge to be able to add code, manage code if you want to do that directly off the device. Otherwise, there's the virtual machines for your exploratory pleasure. Anyways. Okie dokie. So overview of the CTFs. We're keeping the subdomain system alive where each year we have OXO, OX1, this is OX2.JawnCon.org. You can go to ox2.johncon.org. You'll find all the real live event info. That server and infrastructure is hosted here, but you'll be able to access it wherever in the world because SOCAT and me doing terrible things to packets. And all the details about the different CTF events are posted there, as well as the statuses. So that's for those who want to do that. The chill out room. It is upstairs from here. It's the second registration area. The only thing that I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of is voice and sound levels. It's when people get, we've all been in those rooms where all of a sudden the volume gets up and someone goes, "Hey!" and then everything gets a little bit quiet. Just be a little bit mindful of that. But we also have a whole bunch of folks who brought hardware. Philatel is here. There's other CTF events going on in that space. And yeah, just be curious, go around, shake some hands, and then wash your hands. And anyone know what the color of the soap is? Oh no, y'all got to go wash your hands. If you don't know what the color of the soap is, anyways. Ham radio exams tomorrow, they start at what, 1 o'clock, if I remember right? 12, on or about, my two most favorite prepositions. So they'll start them at 12, but it'll run through the afternoon. Cram session in the morning for yourselves. There's no formal class like there was last year, but there's resources available. Feel free to talk to the other folks that are there. There is a sign up, I believe, for it that's announced in the Discord Ham Radio Exam chat room. Please leverage that so that they have a good idea as to what resources that they need to make available to have things move forward. Okie dokie. So one of the things from last year that we learned was that on Saturday, the cafeteria that's in this building is closed. So that turned into a kerfuffle of people trying to figure out how to get food in and all that sort of stuff. So this year what we were doing is that if you're going to be here tomorrow and you don't want to leave campus, DoorDash or whatever, we have worked with a local deli shop around the corner from here in Glenside. They're fantastic, but they have 3 different types of hoagies. You can go go online, register, and reserve a hoagie. They're $15 a piece. There's 2 ways that you can pay. You can do cash at the cash box upstairs. Just make sure that you say that you did the hoagie thing and this is your email so that we can get your order tracked and all that stuff. Or if you want to use credit card, on the ticket portal for pre-ticks, I set up a hoagie order thing for you to be able to use a credit card for when you make your hoagie order. But just please make sure you use the same email address for the payment for that as well as you did for the Google Sheet survey thing. Yeah, so that we can track who paid for what and make sure all that's accounted for. The sandwiches are amazing. Yes, orders by 4 p.m. today if you can get that done. Yes, sir. We do not have veggie options on that particular choice matrix. However, if you call them tomorrow, you can, they're within reasonable walking distance from here. They will do a veggie sandwich for you tomorrow. All the links and everything about it are on the website and in the Discord stuffs and things. Alrighty. General house rules. It's pretty straightforward. Don't be a jerk. We've never had problems. We don't want to start that trend. We're all adults. It's great. I love it. We haven't had problems. Everyone loves everyone, and everyone's respectful, and that's fantastic. We are in a university. It's a learning environment. I think the only problem that we had was our first year, and it was one that I kind of created, with the teletype machine being way too loud in the hallway, and students trying to study. So it was a noise complaint, and I caused it, I guess. Yeah, it's just, remember, we're in a university. We're guests of the guests of the guests of the guests sort of thing. Yeah, we haven't had any problems, but just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. This year, we also have a photo policy that I wanted to make sure everyone's aware of. We have 2 people taking pictures. They have red badge staff shirts, not shirts, red badges. They're following the photo policy. If you do want to take a picture, make sure that you have the consent of the people who are in it before you hit that picture. And other than that, it's use common sense, more or less. Be polite, be kind, be courteous, be helpful. If in doubt, just don't do it, please. I don't want to run into other experiences of having heard someone was soldering in the bathroom and they started a toilet fire or something like that. Like, we don't need that to be a first, but it could be, but we don't need it. Before I get into my rant, because you're here, let me do a quick time check. This is going to work wonderfully. Yeah, screw it. I'll get into the rant. I'll take questions at the end. So last year, and because you're all here, this is your fault. You don't have to listen to anything that I'm about to say. But last year, I complained a lot about what the potential of the abuse of AI and the adoption of it was potentially going to look like. And it was far worse than I could have originally anticipated and imagined, but a lot of that is still in continuation, and we're not going to really talk about AI specifically, but more or less a broader symptom in technology that I at least see, and some other folks around us who have workshopped this discussion with seemingly agree with. So we're still in interesting times. It's not, I don't like it a lot. I don't like the fact that technology has become, I'm okay with technology becoming a bit of a utility. I am not okay with technology, in order to use it as a utility, has become like a walled garden, a restricted experience, a tightly controlled community that you have no autonomy or choice over. The choices are made for you. If you want to move from one ecosystem to another, that is next to impossible. Try migrating your cloud storage email from one hosting provider to another one. They intentionally create barriers to keep you from accessing your data. Oh, and now they've updated their acceptable use policy to do terrible things about your data. You've lost ownership of you. And there's a lot of things here to read that I'm not going to necessarily read, but one of the, Robert Redford recently passed away, so we had to all watch Sneakers in homage to him. And towards the end of it, there's a standoff between him and his friend, Cosmo, and he gives this quote right here, and it couldn't, that movie came out when? 92, yeah. Couldn't have been more on the nose, on the money, on the nail on the head, all those various descriptions than where we are right now. Those who control the information control the world. And how we see the information is no longer controlling the information, it's controlling the perception of the truth of that information. What is real? What is not real? How many times do you get those requests like, is this spam or not? I can't tell. There have been AI videos that I've been duped over, but you can't evaluate things. It's absolutely next to impossible for the difficulty to be able to do it. And we have phrases, new words to describe this, like AI slop. If you're having to come up with a way to describe your technology in a negative way, then maybe you need to rethink your technology. Or the effects or the impacts that it has. And part of these things, I believe now, is that the internet was built for good. It is now a place where harm is being done. And I personally believe that there are some systems about it that are being intentionally designed to cause harm softly, but the purpose is to get your attention, to keep you engaged. Because as long as you're paying attention to the red spinny light of extreme news or terrible things are happening or things like that, it tickles our lizard brain, and we just want more of it. And we keep that attention, and they keep collecting the money for maintaining our attention. So I've had some experiences in large tech companies in Silicon Valley where I've formulated this opinion about how, yeah, they need to keep your attention for advertisements, but the best way that they could do it is by showing you negative stuff all the time. And tangentially from other previous jobs and experiences, this allows other folks in the world to exercise that as an opportunity to create divisiveness, to create anger, to make those Thanksgiving dinners even more awkward, and all that sort of stuff. So I believe this is now intentional because there is big money to be made in it. So as you can see, all this sort of stuff, I'm not going to read everything, but the other big point that I wanted to make was I did not predict what companies are starting to do, which Verizon about 2 months ago started doing, that if when you're going through the automated help desk AVR sort of thing, if you want to talk to an actual human being, they're going to charge you $10. The fuck is that about? You can no longer say operator, 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 or human or whatever, and then navigate through the, like, they're keeping you in these pipelines of poor experiences and non-helpful stuff. Personal reflective moment of when Beth was going through all of her initial hospitalizations, all the insurance paperwork. I have like a giant thick packet of automated rejections. And my favorite one was the first one, and they rejected her emergency brain surgery for a tumor because it wasn't a prior condition. Chicken and the egg sort of reflective moment sort of thing. So once I actually got to a human being, they were able to reverse this, and I now have a phone dial code that I've learned inside of the health care provider system in order to be able to get to that. And every time they've overturned it, but then I start thinking about, this is a thick amount of paper. That's ink, that's postage, that's all that sort of stuff. But from that particular industry, when they do a payout, they put it on their balance sheet as a loss, and that's also fucking wrong. That should be, like, you're paying insurance for the purpose of insurance. Anyway, tangent talk. Anyways, I've come to understand what Luigi's motives were over, and frustrations there. So anyways, not that I condone it, but yeah, murder is never an acceptable choice. But you know, Killdozer, he had some moments of, yeah. Yeah, Killdozer only killed himself. He damaged a lot of property, but you know, anyways. So one of the other things that helps us, so when you have a lot of these moments where you feel like you're getting pinned into a corner with your technology choices, you need to figure out, like, how can you break free? How do you regain your autonomy? How do you regain your independence? Hopefully y'all have an opportunity to explore and learn some of that at this event. It should not be taboo to run your own email server. I get side eyes every once in a while just for the fact that I do it, but it's not hard, honestly. The only reason why it is hard is that you have two big companies that are out there that punish you intentionally for hosting your own email. And the reasons and the excuses to go, oh, we're going to help you with Postmaster tools to be able to look and find out why your emails are rejected. And then their system, they go, we see no emails from you. And you go, I just tested it, it was rejected. So these systems are intentionally being designed now to, if you're not a part of the Cool Kids Club, you're just not going to be allowed to communicate. So we need to regain our autonomy by hosting our own presences and having control over our logs, over the people who visit our systems. So, or leverage them. So once you are able to get the faith and sense of security that you can do this yourself, it's easier than it used to be. Anyone write a sendmail.cf file before? Right? Don't forget to see your doctor for your annual checkup. But beyond that, nowadays, you don't have to do that shit anymore. There's Docker containers. You just go boop and you're done. And you don't even have to run it in the cloud environment or whatnot. You can run it out of your home. You should be able to run it out of your home. The more of you that start doing that, even for a hobby, just to show that this is happening, changes the perspective of the bigger providers. So the more you do it, the better you get out of it. And so yeah, I'm encouraging folks to like do that more. And then uh, the resistance that they're going to throw up is can you really break free? Well, the more you annoy them, granted they don't care about one person running an email server, but media exposure of like, hey, I can't pay my bills because big tech giant A is keeping me from sending an email to their customer who is my power utility. Inform the power utility that you can't service me correctly, and then have them be an advocate for you and work it that way. There's ways to game it, to fight back, but they desperately want your attention. They make money off of it. They want your data. They want you to use their ecosystem because they make money off of it. They want to control you. They want to control your perspective of the information that you see. We all heard about various algorithms that curate content for you. Even in all the free platforms out there have something that they think is you, but they know that it is probably, like from my perspective, that's not the real you, but it is the you that gets you to react. It's the you that keeps you on the toilet for an extra 5 minutes doom scrolling. Or is that just me? It is not a positive feeling after your legs fall asleep, but the of having all this negative stuff keep coming up over and over and over again. But they know that they can keep your attention by controlling you in these mechanisms. They have teams of psychologists that just design how can we manage engagement in order to just keep you there and more afraid. But and then there's also the other one of even though it used to be the phrase of if it's free, you're the product, not the user. But now, even if you pay for it, you're still the product. There are streaming services that you pay for. All right, now I don't have advertisements. That's cool. I like that. Why do I have advertisements again? Oh, they want an extra $1 a month? Okay, fine. It's just $1. All right, I can do that. No more advertisements. Why the advertisements come back? And they want something else about me. So like they're going to keep chipping away at who you are and about all the things about you. And there's nothing nastier than venture capital funding a lot of this stuff. So for everyone who has noticed, we're in an academic setting. I've been citing my source for all this material. And as Beth has been going through her procedures, I've had a lot of time to read a lot of different things. But there was someone who wrote something about all of this material, all the things I've talked to you about. And I've been seeing a lot of heads nodding, kind of going along like, yeah, like, fuck this noise. We can do something better about it. But before I go too far off into the mountain with a typewriter, I think y'all should know who this source is. Because none of these things are new ideas. There's permutations of these thoughts. You can think about some of the other texts that are out there about industrial revolutions, like, oh, the train is going to wreck things, telegraph is going to wreck things. I really genuinely feel this time like the whatever revolution of whatever we're in now is genuinely wrecking things because those data centers are consuming all of our water. They're consuming all of our power. My electric bill at home has not changed from consumption, but the price of it has almost doubled. And it's because of the data centers that are being built all around in this immediate area. So these things are actively causing quantifiable harm indirectly to folks. But, you know, it's that this time it absolutely does feel different versus all the other previous times because it is very demonstrable about like rolling brownouts that are happening. I'm from Memphis. There's a big data center that's down there that's been built that's drying up the aquifer down there, the artesian well water, and also dumping polluted air into residential areas, causing people to have respiratory issues. And nothing's being done about it, except for people getting pissed off. So it's okay to be pissed off, but you should know who was the original inspiration of this sort of stuff. He is known for other works, like studies into economics, numbers theory, and things like that. And there's also probably a lot of people out there that are like, He's probably the real reason why nowadays politicians are nervous about people voting by mail. It's Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber. He wrote a manifesto in 1995. I reread it. About 40% of it is like weird bullshit. You could ignore that part of it, but the parts where he talks about technology and the harm that technology is actively happening, has been going on with, that I've shared this journey of analysis with you on, is the main thesis for the foundation of some of his arguments that he had made there. So don't take the extreme that he did, but be aware that like these discussions have been out there, and it is very, very, very feelable and palatable, but use that as a mechanism in order to pivot your technology choices and take your ownership back of who you are. Because if you're not going to make those decisions for yourself, I got to share with you that those decisions have already been made for you. For instance, this last week, one particular tech giant has named ICE, the institution, the government entity, a protected class. Just the same way that they take a decisive response or an enforced response against anyone who uses specific hate speech. And that was because that particular tech company has been pandering and paying money to and paying homage to certain folks in our current leadership infrastructure. I should also say that this is not a Hatch Act-free presentation. But those folks who have built the technology that we depend upon and use are making decisions that are counter to our ethos in general and to also our safety, because they make money off of it. Anything else I wanted to, nope, that was that. That's all the points I wanted to make there. So, ooh, that didn't show up great. But, you know, it's the same sort of thing. If you don't believe in cyber dystopias, best start believing in them, because we're kind of in one at the moment. And it's not because things are changing quickly and move fast and break stuff. It's more because they are changing in directions that are causing actual harm and causing actual, hearing about like how social media platforms have created riots or spread that sort of information, or created those types of rallies is one thing. It's another thing for a news organization to have consumed fake information generated by AI, but treated as authoritative and then regurgitated. And this is not like the Onion article coming out in like a major news outlet as being a real thing. These things are showing up in academic circles now, more so and more easily. So there's a vicious OODA loop that we have now found ourselves in a societal perspective that we just need to be more cautious of and more aware and figure out how we need to break it. So, and I'll just move on to like, thank you everyone for coming. Haha, you listened to that. I'm running a little bit over. I want to thank all the volunteers, all the staff, the facilities, our sponsors, our con friends who have been exceptionally helpful with us in promoting things. And see here, who else? Oh yeah, those folks who have been gracious enough to provide us time, energy, and effort and support our financial incentives. So anyways, if you have any questions, throw them in the Discord. If you need anything in particular, I'm not going to be around for the whole weekend. I'm getting ready to go check on Beth. But Heidi Potter up here has graciously stepped up to help out with things. And Mike Kershaw, otherwise known as Dragorn, is currently upstairs doing the other things. Talk to a staff member, but if you don't feel comfortable talking directly to a staff member, you can grab them off the side. Did I forget anything? I'm doing okay already. Alrighty, I'll follow the instructions. I am doing great. Breathe, repeat the question, be mindful of your time. I'm not. Thank you. Smiley face, tongue. Alrighty. We'll do a quick change up. We have a wonderful keynote that I feel lucky of us having as Dr. Rachel. She came down from New York, and she has some fun things to share with you. So give us a moment to switch up the stuffs.
happy, hopeful version of the talk, but after Russell's introduction, maybe it is. Okay, and because I'm an academic, so I created this, this title, and then I'm like, well, I mean, exploits in the sense of adventures, I'm not going to actually be dropping exploits. So there is a TikTok vulnerability that I'll discuss that my lab found. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm very excited to see everyone here, especially those of you that I missed at earlier HackerCons this year because of all sorts of personal tragedy that have been afflicting all of us. So yeah, good to see everyone. So yeah, so Russ teed us up nicely talking about information revolutions. This was all like very well planned.
I didn't see her slide deck and vice versa.
Right. So yeah, so since I was in college or something, I remember going to seminars in the Berkman Center, and they would talk about the new digital natives who had grown up with computers and like transitioned to, and there were gonna be kids that were born with the internet. And this was like before smartphones and before social media, but it was talked about as this like point event in human history, right? And now, you know, they're talking about kids who are gonna grow up with LLMs. And like, so the point is that we are in the middle of an information revolution, and it isn't a point event. It's a thing that is continuously happening and continuously changing. And I think it's important to think about information revolutions past. So this picture is from the Printing Revolution in Early Modern Europe by Elizabeth Eisenstein, which is a very academic text, but it has some good points about what, you know, the printing press, we look back on it as that was a good thing, like having books and such, and being able to you know, have much more widespread literacy and spreading information leads to the Renaissance and the scientific revolution and the Reformation, which is a bit of a mixed bag because what also happens in information revolutions is that authorities on truth are sort of undermined because there's sort of this more democratized sources of information out there, and there becomes public outlets for controversy. You have things like the very first mass propaganda campaigns leading to decades and decades of very bloody religious wars and conflicts. And so, you know, we can think about like how from, you know, 500 years later, information revolutions look like nice, happy things, but living through them can sometimes be a little rocky. So I study sort of how people talk to each other on the internet. And I think that it's useful in that sort of Isaac Asimov Foundation soft landing kind of approach. Like how do we understand what's going on, and not just from the perspective of people like inside these platforms who often still don't have necessarily lenses on them, but outside them, how can we audit them and understand what they're doing? So a nice example of this, I think that works on multiple levels, is if everybody remembers the fun days of fall of 2022 when Elon Musk decided to change what blue check marks meant in Twitter overnight. And people had a lot of fun like with this, and it, you know, because what had been the assumption that these blue check marks meant was that, you know, that it had been validated by Twitter as a person of note, and that your name sort of that there was some sort of naming security measure for those things. And this had some real world consequences for Eli Lilly and their stock price for a while. But it's also worth saying, again, with the thing that this probably, partially because of this, wouldn't happen today because just Twitter doesn't have the market and mind share that it did like just 3 years ago. So, you know, it's an evolving thing. So yes, so my research and what I'll talk about today is on understanding information environments. So some of the things I'm going to talk a little bit about is how people who promote conspiracy theories online, make their money. Some work that we've done trying to figure out how to like attribute text and LLMs to understand like what's going on in internet discourse a little bit better. And then I'll get into like understanding some work on LLM censorship and propaganda generation with LLMs and things like that. My research doesn't like clearly fit in a category very well. And I take a very mixed method approach, meaning that like I use some machine learning and some NLP. I use some qualitative analysis, which is basically analyzing content in the internet somewhat rigorously and doing interviews and talking to people and asking questions, doing measurement. But I also use cybersecurity threat modeling. I sort of come out of the cybersecurity community. And I think it's a very useful lens to bring on this problem, partially just because like we've learned some things, especially in security and usability, which is one of the harder parts over the years. Like, it is the case, as bad as things are, that like we actually know how to make warning messages better than we did 20 years ago. Like, we know that false positives really matter, and like making them so somebody actually notices them, and if it's important, it interrupts their workflow, et cetera, and so forth, matters, right? We know things about like that when we're talking about telephone scams or things like that, or email scams, like rebuttal is hard, but pre-buttal to some extent works. Like if somebody has heard of the scam, they're less likely to fall for it. So we've learned things even about social engineering. And so I think in general, there is some hope for like understanding this stuff if people wanted to fix these things, question mark. So yeah, I think, there's this tendency when people learn about or talk about the bad things on the internet, and people disagree which those things are, though there are some things that most people agree about, they kind of go to a really sensory place, not like eyes, but like censorship, and kind of want to shut it all down. And I am still a 90s cypherpunk kid at heart, I think, where I still like really believe in the like information, more knowledge is good, information is worth having. The solution to bad speech is probably more speech, but we've got to like kind of figure out how to do that right in this context. Figuring out how to get from our kind of brink of religious war situation, not even brink in some places, to our Renaissance is the task, and that's why it's important to understand these things, and it's why I think it's helpful to actually have people who have been trained to think sort of adversarially to kind of think about these questions too. So hoping that from all of you, and yeah, so here's hoping. So on that happy note, I'm going to talk about conspiracy theories. So this is some work we did on trying to understand conspiracy theories. Some of you guys might also remember the storming of the US Capitol in 2021. This was to some extent on the basis of several conspiracy theories, sort of a convergence of an election conspiracy theory and the QAnon conspiracy theory, and there were actually a number of other ones that were well represented. One of the things that was talked about at the time, where there were a variety of sort of conspiracy theory influencers in that group that were sort of live streaming. Do people remember the Q shaman? Their experience there? So this understanding of like, okay, there are people and by extension platforms that are making a decent amount of money off of these things. How does that work? And when the platforms demonetize them, like what happens with that? So that was one of the things we were interested in trying to understand. And to bring this back to kind of the printing press analogy, there were a number of like religious conspiracy theories that were promulgated in a much wider range than they ever had before. There was, there is, for a good example is, well, it's not good. A useful example is the blood libel conspiracy, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Jews were using the blood of Christian children in their Passover matzah recipes. And everyone knows that blood isn't kosher, but apparently not. But this was promulgated through, there had been blood libel conspiracies before, but this was actually spread in pamphlets and leaflets and led to large-scale massacres throughout Europe in this period that were somewhat known about compared to the large-scale other religious massacres that were happening at the same time between Protestants and Catholics. So, yeah. But back to the present day. A lot of work on misinformation had been focused on Twitter and Facebook. YouTube is a really big platform for conspiracy content creators and viewers, and there had been a lot of, there had been some prior research that suggested that a lot of people who were fervent believers in various conspiracy theories found YouTube to be their introduction to these conspiracies. And it is the second most visited website, and it has built-in revenue generation for creators, so that's one reason we were interested in looking at it. Yeah, so just a sidebar that a lot of this research that I'm going to discuss, especially the one, this part of it, has been deprioritized by the US government. That's actually the framing on the NSF website for reasons. It is true that all research is currently deprioritized by the US government, but especially things around misinformation, disinformation, content moderation, AI safety, and things like that. So, but it's not just that. It's actually harder to do this research right now, not only because there's no academic money in it, but also because there's way less data than there used to be. So it used to be that you could, use things like push shift on Reddit to go grab a bunch of Reddit, and there were ways to use the Twitter API to get a lot of Twitter and things like that. And that's just much, much harder than it used to be. He's like, well, could we study this? Like I could write a cool table about like who's sharing what. I'm like, no. no. Yeah, let's have a conversation with the EFF. And because there was this question of like, how do we do disclosure now? Because like there's some stuff going on with the Department of Justice and things. Anyway, also when you go, and I hadn't really done a lot of vulnerability disclosure recently, because academic. We found this by accident. So like they have one of these HackerOne bounties, which is great if you want to get paid. Now that there aren't government grants, maybe this is a new revenue approach for my students. But you can't. There's an NDA that comes with that, which really doesn't work for us. I wanted to be able to give this talk. And so we couldn't do it that way. So what we ended up doing was like stalking TikTok engineers on LinkedIn and reaching out to them until we found someone who promised to get our paper draft to the appropriate team. And we're like, okay, disclosure done, bye. Yeah. So I don't have cool results about TikTok and conspiracies because, yeah, I found some way just to study it, but it's too exploity. So, yeah. So back to the fun with Twitter Blue, which is just a source of endless amusement. Thinking about this particular type of disruption, a lot of people. This is a little too close to home right now with what's going on in Chicago, maybe? I don't know. Anonymity isn't really the problem with these things. It's not that we don't know who's texting, who these Twitter accounts are. It's that somebody thinks they're someone else, right? And so I was interested in this question of like, how do you verify that some text written by someone is actually written by the person you think it is? I've done a lot of work on like writing style analysis over the years. It's like another thread of my work. But we were interested, like, can we use this to like think about abuse online. Like, can we identify sock puppet accounts or ban evasions or linking accounts on troll farms and across platforms and things like that, by like both from the perspective of like maybe this is a privacy thing people should be aware of, and maybe we can actually use it to like kind of I've had this vision in my head of being able to do like meteorological weather reports on internet communities of like, the sock puppets are heavy today, beware, right? Or it seems that there are a lot of AIs and paid government trolls in this community, so just like know that, right? Like being able to give people context about what's going on. So we had worked on this authorship verification problem before, where you have two pieces of text, and you want to know if they're the same author or if they are different authors who wrote them. And we use, machine learning for this. So, and it's based on like the fact that like there are a lot of differences in how people talk, whether it's like regional or just like punctuation or grammar or age-based slang. There's a variety of things. Features in a different talk. So basically the way that this works is you extract feature vectors around writing style from the two documents, and then you like just subtract the vectors from each other, and then you train a classifier over those differences. And this is nice because it's not like you don't have the problem of like, I need to know exactly who my suspects are and figure out if this is, Evan's writing style or somebody else's. But instead you're just asking these two questions. Are these the same person or are they different? So we started out participating in this like authorship verification contest that was being held around fan fiction. And we actually won first place in this small data set situation. We got third place, not too bad on the large data set. We didn't have like, again, a large data center or whatever to train things on. So we did better for the like, you only have small data situation. But it worked pretty well, we have a pretty good AUC there. And then we applied it to Reddit comments, and we were able to find that it performed about as well. We were interested in, going from Twitter to Reddit. This did worse, but it's also the case that we had a much smaller data set to work with because we were looking at our Twitter, so we were looking at effectively people who had consented by like being like, this is my Reddit and this is my Twitter. But we still get pretty high. It's not clear if this is the domain difference or if it's the smaller data set that is causing this problem, but it's still pretty good results. And then we decided, let's see if we can actually apply this to some interesting cases. So if people remember the like Russian influence campaigns that happened in the summer of 2016, there were a number of accounts that were known to be involved in that. And we actually we ran this over those accounts, and we found that there was very inconsistent writing style within the same account, which sort of suggested an interesting like workflow of this, that these accounts are probably shared and like being, there are shifts of people working on the accounts or they're being passed around and things like that, which was interesting. And again, gives us some sort of signature of an inconsistent style. Also, people might remember the GameStop short squeeze. So in our Wall Street bets, there was this period where everyone was like buying GameStop and AMC and things like that. And there's it was being coordinated in this subreddit, and we did find a higher situation with sock puppets by writing style than you would find in similar subreddits like gaming or funny or things like that. So again, maybe this can get us a little bit towards this kind of like meteorology of like understanding kind of what the situation in a community is like. But these days, right, like writing style, like people will just use LLMs to write anything. No one will have a writing style anymore, right? Maybe, I don't know. So here's some work from the fan fiction data set. So this is from from Labyrinth fan fiction of the Goblin King, where we gave a prompt to an LLM of like, complete the next set of paragraphs from this fan fiction about this fandom. Be sure to use the same writing style as the original fan fiction. So Yeah, this was just GPT-2. We started this research a long time ago, and it took a long time to publish it. We just published it at the beginning of this year because we kept being like, all right, we've got results. And then they'd release another model, and we'd be like, oh, they're going to want us to do that. We should probably do that. And at one point, we were just like, screw it, we're going to just publish in a journal, and like, we have all the code and such available on GitHub. So if you wish to run this on, GPT-5 or, Gemini or whatever, go to it. It's available, and our data sets and everything. So, yeah. But we did run it on GPT-2, 3, ChatGPT, Llama 2. We were able to kind of understand. In the paper goes into a lot about how especially in the OpenAI models, how the style has evolved over time of the chatbot. But we used the models that we built just on humans. So we trained it only on this human-human fan fiction data set. And then we used the prompts that we talked about in the prior slide to create AI documents based on these human data sets. And then we were able to do verification between human-human, that's what we did before, sort of a human and an AI, and then an AI and an AI. And also we looked at AIs where we prompted it with like a different author versus the same author. And we see that the AI actually does have a distinct style that can be sort of detected here. Especially, it's kind of interesting to see how it changes. But compared to GPT, 2, in the human AI case, it does sometimes get confused when you have the human who wrote the thing that it was prompted on versus that, which makes sense. But if you ask it to verify against actually AI-generated text, it does a pretty good job. And there are better ways if you want to build a model to detect a specific model, like to do that, but it's going to be very overfit. But this is one that is sort of, somewhat generalized to just verification against humans, and does give us this view of how things are changing and the styles that are being created. So I think it's kind of a cool start in this area. So speaking of artificially generated text, I don't know if people can read this, but this is DeepSeek, and so when you prompt DeepSeek about the Tiananmen Square events in 1989, they're like, sorry, that's beyond our current scope. Let's talk about something else. So there's this interesting case where, AI models are a little bit different than the content questions that we get because they give an answer, right? So it's not like just trying to modify it, and these answers are very shaped by the companies that are producing the models and the governments that those companies are situated in, right? So here's another example about tell me about the Uyghur people. And you might think that this is, DeepSeek and ChatGPT, and I'm actually sort of libeling DeepSeek here because, these are actually both OpenAI models, but the difference is just the character set in which they're prompted. So if you prompt in traditional Chinese, which is what is used in Taiwan and Hong Kong and various parts of the Chinese diaspora, you'll get this more explicit discussion of human rights abuses. And if you prompt in simplified Chinese, which is what's used in mainland China, you get this discussion of tense relations. So this was something we were interested in because the OpenAI models are blocked in China. You can't use them there. So this isn't OpenAI trying to placate the Chinese government in the same way that maybe DeepSeek would with an explicit control. These are implicit controls that come from the fact that these models are trained on the Common Core crawl plus a bunch of stuff, most of which is all the text that was written on the internet, And a lot of the text that's written in simplified Chinese is from mainland China and is subject to information controls. So when you try to predict what the right response is to this prompt in that character set, you're going to get differences. And we wanted to see if we could measure that. So yeah, there's another paper from PETS 2025 on this topic in much more detail about how online censorship implicitly affects the outputs of LLMs. So we looked at prompting in multiple ways. We prompted in English and we asked it to respond in the different character sets, or we prompted in the different character sets in Chinese. And we compared the differences that we saw across these different responses. So I worked with folks from Citizen Lab in Toronto who have been studying Chinese censorship for a long time. We used their sort of domain knowledge to figure out names of dissidents and censored keywords and manipulated subjects. And we also used random nouns because there are legitimate differences regionally that you would expect to happen. So we wanted to understand that there should be a difference between the random nouns and, like, you know, they were kind of our control confounder situation, right? And then we used a variety of models from a variety of different companies. And I'm not going to go over the findings in detail, but we looked at a variety of different angles on this, like from, like, when do they refuse to answer, like, what are the sentiments that they're giving, how do they, you know, we did classification. We built a classifier based on, like, Baidu, Barca, and Chinese Wikipedia to classify whether this is kind of a censored thing or not. And we looked at differences in word embeddings that were generated. So we did a whole bunch of different things, and different models kind of showed the differences in different parts, but they all showed significant differences between, you know, prompting in these two different character sets. And that were more pronounced in, like, the censorship set than the random noun set. So, and the thing is, like, so when we talk about this in the context of DeepSeek, right, and the refusals and this sort of thing, we're like, this is censorship. But another word for censorship is alignment, right? So when people try and it's just a question about, like, what you're using, you know, how you're going to explicitly shape the answers to the questions that these models get. And so we were also looking, and this is primarily work by Mohammed Ahmed, who is my co-author on the censorship stuff, thinking about, like, how can alignment be abused for censorship, right? So, you know, this is, like, Meta's, like, discussion on, like, the kind of pre-training data preparation stages, in which case, you can think about filtering out contentious topics and controversial topics. This is, by the way, how you would actually fix the problems that we talked about before, but it's also a way to do censorship, right? Things that are ranked as harmful according to a variety of Meta safety standards. And I mean, to some extent, like, if Meta thinks it's harmful, there's a lot of harmful things that Meta doesn't seem to explicitly think is harmful, so I don't know how that, yeah. And then there are various instructions that are used to, you know, refuse certain queries and things like that. And I think understanding and auditing these kind of mechanisms is going to be increasingly important as they become sort of the default ways that people generate text and talk to each other online and interpret things and read things and so on. And so, you know, and it's tricky because they're black boxes that are constantly changing, but hopefully, you know, we're working on developing some mechanisms to be able to, like, kind of poke at the black box and see where the differences are. But I'd love to have more people thinking about these problems. And I mean, there are other things, right? Like, we've been doing some research to understand how LLMs can reproduce classic rhetorical techniques used in propaganda, like loaded language and encouraging doubt and doing like nationalistic flag waving and exaggeration and minimization of various things. And, you know, maybe it's not great to have our LLMs be good at social engineering us. I mean, and to some extent, it's a measure it's a good benchmark. It's a measure of social sophistication. So we've done a little bit of alignment research where we're looking at, like, can we fine tune these models in interesting ways to make them not use these manipulative techniques, so they don't refuse to write you a persuasive essay, but they don't use like these sort of harmful manipulative techniques when they do. And we found that this actually does. We used a variety of fine-tuning methods, and they do use fewer techniques when prompted to produce like propaganda essays that are still like that still like do the thing where they write a persuasive essay from a perspective, but they don't necessarily do it quite as manipulatively. But again, like, I'm of multiple minds. Yet you do have to tune these things somehow, and it is one answer that you come up with. But I'm also interested in, like, how do we, again, instead of going to like the sensory place, how do we mitigate harm by changing the experience of sort of reading things on the internet, in particular propaganda? So we did a propaganda indicators randomized control trial. We were interested in what happens when you take posts and flag them as propaganda, either by just saying this has been flagged, or like actually highlighting the techniques that we think cause it to be propaganda. And we could also like put our thumb a little bit more on the scale and give a warning, and then also flag these things. And we were interested in all of these basically reduced sort of people's sharing intention of something if we flag them in this way. But it was interesting to look at like political subgroups and like how they responded to concordant or discordant propaganda they agreed with or disagreed with. And we found that, like, in general, like, everyone is subject to this, problem. If you show them propaganda, they're more likely to share concordant or discordant stuff. And any kind of indicator reduces their wanting to share discordant stuff. But the concordant stuff, like, it kind of depends. And in particular, sometimes I think there are some interesting sort of right-wing groups tend to actually, if you don't say just like, because they don't trust the companies, they don't say like, if you just say like, this is flagged as propaganda, that's not as effective. But like pointing out the techniques is somewhat more effective in that case. So this is maybe a way to mitigate institutional trust issues that come up a little bit, maybe. More work, more research remains. But all research is in jeopardy now. Especially research on like how we talk to each other in our new landscape, like misinformation, disinformation, this sort of woke AI stuff that I talked about. I don't think it's that particularly woke, but censorship, content moderation. People are having grants canceled or not given. Academics are being called to testify in front of Congress about like their work. A lot less of this stuff is going to happen in academia. Even academics who don't work on any of this stuff are pretty discouraged right now. Nobody knows, like, should we be admitting students? Will they even get visas to come work with us if they're international? Will we be able to pay for them for 5 years? I don't know, 6 years? But I feel like this stuff is really important, and to solve these kind of problems, I think understanding really does help. And we can't just leave it to the big AI companies or the big social media companies because they have different incentives and objectives than us at large. And I think a lot of you can get pretty far with this stuff with just an adversarial thinking lens, just thinking about, which is something that we're all good at here. So maybe come think about these problems, play in this messy soup sometime with me. I'd love to talk to people more about this stuff. There's a lot of stuff I didn't talk about in this talk. I've done some interesting work on like internet harassment communities and trying to understand them. There's been some work on trying to understand the value of anonymous speech online and like where it brings value that it doesn't have before. Been doing some work on, the like concerns about privacy and security and like educational contexts, especially in the pandemic. So there's a lot of different pieces of this, and a lot of different methods, and it needs, like, you know, a hacking style village to work on it, especially because, as I said, like, a lot less of this work is probably going to get done. And every misinformation researcher I know, including myself, in their future work is like kind of pivoting to things that they think are going to cause them less trouble in the next couple of years. Maybe not entirely. People are still going to do some of this, like me, going to still do some of this work on the margins with like whatever we can find behind the couch cushions or whatever from our, you know, rainy day funds and things like that. But students are nervous about it too. Like, are they going to have trouble getting jobs having done this work? So there's some real chilling of this stuff going on. So don't mean to end on a super down note, but like that's something to think about. And thanks to all my co-authors, especially all the students who did like all the real work. They're excellent folks. And thank you for your time. These are the main papers that I referenced in the talk, from the propaganda work to the LLM identity and to the conspiracy theory stuff, to the, this is the censorship LLM stuff, and this is the propaganda study, randomized control study. Yeah. Any questions? Bruce.
First of all, great presentation. So I've always been of the mindset that platform providers should provide at least more visibility into kind of the characteristics of the authors on the platform, right? And so you're trying to do like author verification as an outsider and understanding the impact on the consumers of that information. Arguably, the people buying advertising also want to have this information to help with targeting, stay away from certain demographics, that kind of thing. But the platform providers are not interested in participating in that for a variety of economic and cultural reasons, whatever. I'm curious, has anyone done an analysis of how much more effective or efficient they could be at the types of analysis, like if you were inside of Twitter and had access to all the metadata and not just the content and the very sketchy metadata that you have as an outside researcher or a researcher inside, how much higher quality analysis could they do to provide that information?
I mean, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I mean, so if I were inside like these companies, I just want like not having to scrape their data or like use the like little bit or do what we have to do now where you like email someone is like, hey, I see you did some Twitter work. Do you still have that? Can you share it with me? I know it's old, but like it's what we've got now. I actually wanted to do a project with some summer students on like looking back in 2016 at the like Taylor Swift Kanye West feud to understand if there were like Russian troll bots that were used in the election that were hijacking that conversation to get clout to do their other propaganda, because I suspect there was. I think, and it was like just a fun student project, right? And I was like, this will be easy, and it's like not easy because you can't get access to those tweets anymore at all. Like, so yeah, I mean, maybe like more metadata, but just like not even the metadata, just the data. like that's the thing. Like it's like the API's access and just the ability for researchers to get data at all is a problem. So, but yeah. Yeah.
So all of the professional conspiracy theorists I know, or at least the geriatric ones, seem to get all of their information from Telegram groups.
Okay.
Have you considered looking at Telegram? Because I'm pretty sure like they have like an official bot API you could use. I don't know if you actually get into those groups, but
I mean, Telegram stuff, we've done a little bit of work with Telegram. We did some work looking at Telegram and Instagram, actually, like how people were using reciprocal interaction. to boost that. We haven't done it as much in conspiracy. I think Cameron, who's the lead student on and is now graduated with his master's, I think he's done some more work. I don't know if he's done any Telegram work recently. But yeah, we looked at YouTube largely because it hadn't been studied by other people. I think there has been some other work on some of the Telegram stuff. I think that, and it is the case that I think that they may have built some of these data sets of the YouTube channels from these Telegram pieces, some of that other research. So it's all connected, right? The ecosystem. But in a lot of cases, YouTube is one of people's first entrees into this. And then I also know that, yeah, Max, who's another NYU student who is in our larger group, worked on a little bit on, he has a paper called The Gospel According to Q that I think does look at QAnon Telegram type stuff in particular, and that analysis, so yeah. All right, it is now after 11, so I should probably wrap up, but thank you all for your time. This has been a lot of fun, and I'll answer more questions later.
Ready for spicy hot takes? So I'm super grateful to Russ and all the JawnCon folks for inviting us back again this year. You know, we got a lot of really positive feedback from you guys last year. We had staff and attendees alike come up and ask if we were going to run it again this year. So here we are. I've got Bruce back with us again this year. We've got Narfi, and we've also got Kelly/Gwydia and myself, Guardian Cosmos. So we're here to pull all of your topics that some of you were nice enough to submit during Reg out of a bag and talk about the things that you asked us to. For those of you who are new to this panel, the goal is to be completely unadulterated. Bruce, that means you get to be mean. Be meaner than you were last year.
Wow.
You were restrained.
It was early.
It's a day that ends in Y. This ain't hard.
So I hope you guys enjoy. And so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and pick the first topic. These are at random, by the way. We didn't do any magic here.
What's in the bag?
I did not.
All the good things are in the bag. You need some paper. The index cards are on the... So apparently there's last minute hot takes that got added. Oh, so we're starting off extra spicy, and I know that at least one person on this panel has had this conversation once already. Cert or degree or self-taught? Which should you do, why, and what do you think is important? So I'm going to start with Bruce, because he's not paying attention.
So it's funny because I think the answer to this has changed in the last few years. It's a lot harder to get jobs in the industry than it has been at any point since before cybersecurity existed. And I saw Leslie Carhart posted a thing the other day that was like, you know, going to a cybersecurity boot camp is basically malfeasance at this point because so many of them are just like weird charlatans doing bullshit things and taking a bunch of money, and you're not going to get a job, and why even fucking try and whatever. And so I think the self-taught route for a lot of trades is still an option, but it is less and less an option for us today. Certs, I've been sour on them a lot, and I'm more sour on them now than I ever have been. I don't think that they're going to open any doors. I think a formal education and understanding how to think critically and act on your own is probably one of the most valuable things you can do, at least in this day and age. I am a college dropout and was fortunate to like take this journey before that was a fucking thing. But I think if I were to start fresh today, I'd be like, go to school.
Yeah, I mean, quick show of hands of the four of us, you know, how many of us actually have degrees? I think.
Like relevant degrees?
A degree.
Okay, any degree.
All right, so we're 2 for 2 out of this one.
Well, we're 2 for 4, which shows that Cosmos does not have a degree.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to call that out from a math perspective.
And I mean, and neither you nor I's degrees are what you would call technically relevant.
I mean, chemistry is not technically relevant.
Right.
I mean, there's math involved.
My degree's in skiing and fucking around, yes.
Love that.
All right, so my fellow degree holder here, that's not my fellow, but the other one.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I have pretty much the most non-traditional way in here. I came through being a therapist and a lawyer, and here that's a story for another time. So I can say that a degree matters, but not for the content. Just people won't look at you. You know, I work at hiring at my company, and the frickin' thing will just kick you if you don't have a degree, unless you know somebody on the inside. That sucks. But if we're talking about things like a CISP, those things are also, unfortunately, like gold, but for the same reason. But I've been seeing, like in our hiring, it's more like mid-career. It's, you know, things like that. If you've been around for like 10 years and for some reason you can't get traction, well, like our group said, let's all get drunk and get CISPs, which happened for several of us. Kudos, shout out to Dave Collins. And it worked. He got to the next step. So this is a long way of saying you need a degree in something because the robots will will probably kick your application out. And if you are at a block mid-career and you just keep going against people who have these cute little letters after their name, reality says you might have to deal with it.
What both of them just said, but I will say that half the time, more than half the time, I enjoy working with the self-taught people better. But career-wise, yeah, get the degree, get the letters, but the self-taught people tend to have just, I don't know if it's a better, but it's a different outlook on things that I enjoy.
As a self-taught person, I'm going to go with, I think that it's self-taught people tend to be more motivated, right? Because that's what kind of spurred us into, I don't want to speak for everyone, right? But for, in my case, right, that's definitely what got me where I was. I was interested in something, so I just kept learning a new thing. And that passion, that interest is what allowed me to be good at the thing, because it stopped being about, you know, scoring on a test or just getting the job, and it was genuine interest, right? A lot of you can probably relate to some degree to that because you're here, right? This is not a mandatory event that someone at work probably sent you to. This is a, I'm interested, I want to hear what people have to say, I want to hear topics, I want to meet like-minded individuals, I want to keep learning, right? And I think that's something that you don't always see as much of when there's a grade attached to it. Is it's really hard to keep that passion. It's like, you know, when you have a hobby, when you have something you truly love, doing that as your day job always sounds like a great idea until you do it, because it's really hard to love the thing you do and do that thing every day and have to do that thing, and it's no longer an option to do the thing.
Yeah, and I think the reality is like there's no entry level jobs in the industry right now. Like it's mid level or above. It's very hard to get like I have no experience. I'm going to get a job in cybersecurity. That's not a thing anymore. And given the tooling, going in the front door and applying with a resume, whatever, is wicked hard, right? Because like so many job postings, like they go up, everything hits it all at once. There's 2,000 submissions in a day. They take it down and they're like, oh shit, we got to dig through this. And they're just going to use some tooling, AI, ML, whatever to dig through and figure it out. None of that results in jobs, right? At the very least, self-taught and getting a degree force you to interact with other human beings. And that's usually a path to a job, right? I know a person who knows a person who's looking for whatever, and you get it there. You can buckle down and get a cert all on your goddamn lonesome, right? You can get the book, you can take the online courses, you can sit in your dark room, you can do all your shit, you can get real smart, and at the end of the day, it doesn't prove to me that you know how to do a goddamn thing, and I have a very hard time seeing past that. Plus, I'll never see your resume if all it is a litany of certs. So I think, you know, the reality is if the purpose of getting this is to get a job, then doing things that you interact with other humans is the best possible path today to get the job.
I mean, I think that makes a great point for a quick survey. Who in the room does or participates in the hiring process?
Or participates
All right,
in.
for all of you, I want you to keep your hands up for a minute. Put your hand down if you actually look at a resume before you interview a candidate, 9 out of 10 times. All right, I want everyone to look around and see how many people still have hands up, right? I'll be honest, like I hire people all the time. I hire for my company, for other companies. I help in the hiring process. And most times I'd rather talk to a candidate before I look at the resume. I find that for me, the resume is going to probably bias me towards that person in a lot of ways. And it's more about how can they think and can they actually answer the question, especially, you know, today it's so easy to get a resume made and make it sound good to get through a system.
I have a thought on that. Um, and I used to YOLO like all my interviews, like just fucking sit down and talk to people. And it turns out that that actually creates an immense amount of bias in the interview process. If you don't have structure, and I've had a whole 180 on how I think about interviewing and talking to people. That you know, it starts. It's a long conversation about diversity in this industry, but it starts with like, where do you source your candidates from, and make sure you're not sourcing from the same schools, the same places, and a bunch of people that look like you for starters. And then secondarily, how do you interview them, and then how do you use an appropriate yardstick to measure them to find the best candidate for the job? And a lot of that is based on structure and consistency through the interview team and the interview process. It allows you to make consistent decisions and get good people from all spectrums, all walks of life onto your team. And it's a challenge, right? I will say in big companies, it was easy because I had like 1,000 freaking applicants for a job. At a small company, I might get none, and I have to go hunting.
And you had a bunch of different people who could share the interviewing with you, so you
Yeah.
didn't always have to interview someone who looked just like you. But at a small company, that's hard.
It can be a lot harder because you might all like sample size of 3 or something, and you might all be basically the same person already. Yeah.
And just to bounce off of this, the lack of entry-level jobs and how people think, nobody should think that they're above a help desk job. Some of the best people in the industry that I know started off as a help desk, and you do that for a year. It is the best education in user stupidity you will ever get. oh, this couldn't possibly be a security issue. No one would ever do, yes, they will. And you spend a year on a help desk and you'll know that inherently.
How did you even fit a hoagie in there? What the actual fuck were you doing? On that note?
All right. So, in the true nature of the chaoticness of this panel, our lovely chaos coordinators told me there are 2 topics that I'm mandatorily going to pull here. And so I'm going to expect great things because she happens to be married to one of my panelists here. But you just know, right? So, hot take, bills of material are useless, especially when no one does data science completely in the first place.
Oh, fuck. All right.
I
I
think
know
we've
whose
had
topic
some
this is.
authorship validation there of like.
This is bad considering, the first mentor that, back when I did my Proving Ground talk for B-Sides Vegas that kind of launched me into here was Alan Friedman. So,
He's here, right? Or he's going to be here tomorrow.
I don't know, but if you're
You
watching,
can have a
whatever.
puppet be Alan Friedman. Hello, I'm Alan Friedman.
Alan Friedman.
Anyone have some
Alan
glitter?
Friedman is the father of S-bombs. He wrote the Biden executive order, et cetera, whatever. So I'm not saying he's the only person, but he's the dude who is most closely associated. So I'm going to start with that and say S-bombs are like any other fucking tool or framework or anything else. If you're doing the data science behind it, if you're using it in a meaningful way, if you're actually keeping up and updating things, they're a great idea. Just like knowing everything that's in your pantry is a good idea if there's a recall on a can of corn. But like any tool, if you just YOLO it, no, it's not going to get you one step further than you are now.
I think it's really about company maturity level, whether or not that's actually going to be useful to you. If you have done all of the other things up to an S-bomb, then doing an S-bomb is icing. It's great. It's going to be useful to you. But if you as an organization are not mature enough to consume that, I see Bruce making a face, and I know he's got a hot take on that disagreement, but...
So I like Alan a lot. I think he's a good guy, and I'm not here to slag on S-bombs, but but I will. I don't think that S-bomb is the pinnacle of like, I'm mature and then I can consume S-bombs. Actually, I mean, if you step back and think about the problem you're trying to solve, it's basically like, what the hell have I built the software out of? How have I constructed it? Is it constructed with trustworthy pieces and parts and that kind of thing? And it's very focused on the artifacts, right? Here are artifacts I can measure, the exact things that are in the thing. Now, the reality is what matters, I think, more is how you built it with those things. And let's take NPM as an example. There's been some, I'll say, very high-profile compromises of NPM attacks recently that have impacted a whole bunch of people all at once, right? Why? Because the current state of the art for fucking front-end web development is just YOLO sec of like, hey, I need a weird JavaScript thing to tell me if this thing's a number, so I'm going to import it from NPM, because God help me, I can't do it in any other way, right? And I'm going to import it in real time. And whatever version exists at that moment in time is the version I'm going to run. It's psychotic, right? And so at the end of the day, I want to see a company that actually has like a stopgap that says, I'm going to use NPM versions that are at least 72 hours old, because it'll give the industry some time to find the weird shit that got backdoored and stop it, because we actually are pretty good at finding it, right? And so there are processes behind the scenes of how I use the software and how I integrate it that I'm far more interested in than the specifics of the version that they're using at any given moment in time, period.
I don't disagree with anything you said. I think my comment on maturity level is definitely around the fact that most people just can't consume it. They don't have the team capability to use or do effectively what you're talking about well, right? And there are definitely...
Capstone to maturity is not maturity itself.
Yeah, I think it's just having the staff or the luxury of the staff or the cycles to do that. There are so many other things I think you need to do first. But I would agree empirically with the statement that, like, you should know what's going in your damn soup before you cook the stew.
I like mystery soup. But, I mean, sure, maturity level, but it's just everybody's treating it as another checkbox. Nobody's doing the data science behind it. I mean, I'm working on something right now where we have to, one of the customers is the Department of the Navy. They're like, oh no, we have to have this, we have to have this, we have to have this. I could write that, I've got Samba version 0.1 included in there somewhere, and nobody's going to call me on it because no one's looking at it. It's just another checkbox, even at the maturity level of the Navy.
I mean, that implies that there's a maturity level there.
I mean, fair,
I,
but
I mean, how many Govy people? I know we have Govy adjacent here. How many people in the room right now have worked for a government or pseudo government agency before, consulting or otherwise? I see a bunch of hands going up. I know I heard someone say we're playing Spot the Fed. I mean, this con was founded by a former Fed. So I think that there's probably a great deal of agreement here that while we would like to think that our government is very mature, maybe not so much as we might want, and I won't make anyone own up to that one.
So just a quick aside, I was talking to a CISO the other day that's going through a fundraising round, like a B round fundraise. So, $100 million kind of investment's going to come in. And the investor lawyers were asking for was effectively an S-bomb from them. But what's interesting is they solve for a different problem. It isn't, the lawyers don't give a shit about the cyber problem. Like, that's a you problem, not them. They care about license risk. Right? It's like, are you using anything that is a license that you're going to get screwed for, we're going to owe a lot of money on, and that's what they cared about. But the underlying technology ended up being the same. They're like, I can go get some S-bond tools from Black Duck or something and just like, boop, and barf this manifest out, and then some lawyer has to go dig through it all. Yeah,
Yeah.
the commentary up front is the only people that care about it are the lawyers, actually. And they care about it for a completely different reason than we would think they would.
Yeah, it's not entirely about security. It's about, are we getting sued? It's always where's the money coming from, right?
Why I don't practice anymore.
That's right. We have a former lawyer.
you're just
Um,
that
technically
good. You
you're a
could
current
stop
lawyer.
practicing.
No, I'm still licensed, but not your lawyer.
It's like a Marine. You're never not a lawyer once you're a lawyer once. You're always a lawyer.
I'm a recovering attorney. It's fine.
Recovering attorney. I like that term. All right. We have one other topic that our chaos coordinator has asked me to read off. Compliance frameworks only exist to keep orgs in assessment loops. They're only relevant because no one knows how to actually reason with ROI and security ROI. It's the same question in different format. Okay, go ahead, Bruce. I know we could argue it.
Christ. No, I think it's a there is nuance.
There's nuance. It's similar but different.
A lot of the same topics.
But the compliance frameworks are what you make of it, right? Like, so I've been a CISO a handful of times, and I know a shitload of them, and they all have different views on this, and some of them are, to Narfi's point, like, it's just a box checking exercise. Like, I do these things to check the boxes to make sure we're okay, we can go through it all. My personal view was always like, hey, I can use these things as a foundation to actually make myself stronger. You just kind of have to read through the compliance framework and see what like underlying things they were trying to accomplish. And I'm like, if I build a reasonably good security program, it should meet 95% of my compliance issues. There's always some like rando bullshit thing you had to do just to check the box, but I prefer it to be like 2 or 3% of my program and not like 95% of my program. But that's a philosophical thing. And other people were just like, if I check all the boxes and all the compliance frameworks, I have a secure program. So that's what I'm going to do. And it's hard to argue with it. You're like, yeah, probably. We'll probably have built the same thing with a very different motivation in the process.
I have similar views. I think that a compliance framework is nice. I don't think being compliant with the framework itself makes you secure, but I think it's definitely a great weapon in your toolbox if that's the thing that your organization cares about, and if you can tie something back to that. I used to work for a healthcare company, and I remember it literally took getting in a room with one of the doctors that made this medical device and saying, you're gonna kill someone, to get them to change something, right? And it's about finding where is the pain point, where is the money in the org, and sometimes it's compliance because someone cares about what their cybersecurity insurance waiver is going to cost them. And if they're compliant with XYZ framework and they can check that box, suddenly you're saving $1 million a year on your insurance plan.
A lot of the times, and to bring the lawyers back into it, a lot of the times, the compliance framework is a useful shovel to hand to the lawyers to get them to beat non-technical management types into spending money and actually getting you a decent program.
And this is a lot of why people, hire consultants. I'm not speaking for my company or anything like that, but it's true. I mean, how many times have you been yelling at your management, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this? then they get an outside consultant or an attorney who says, we have to do this, and all of a sudden the money rains down. That is, no, you don't do that at all. I don't do that. Never. It's never happened.
What are you talking about? None of us
None of
consultants
us
on
have
the
ever done
stage
that.
who in our
So, I
consulting
mean,
role have ever done such a
right.
thing. Why would you accuse me of such things?
Yeah, but still to Bruce's point, you get to the same place for the wrong reasons, or it doesn't matter what the reasons are. You get there, hopefully.
Yeah, I love consultant red tape cutting ability. You got about 6 months typically in my experience before it starts wearing off and they start treating you like an employee. But that first 6 months, anything you say can sometimes just be law and get someone to spend money. So if you're a consultant, it's a great thing to know that you've got that time clock. And I love going to stakeholders and companies I'm working with and being like, hey, listen, what are the things that you've been trying to do or that you want to do? Let me just regurgitate them for you because I want to help you achieve your goal. And that's really collaboration, right? And I think that's one of the things a lot of security folks fail at. I was having this conversation with another consultant the other day is how do you collaborate with a business unit? How do you get people to want to do security, right?
Higher PhD on exactly that issue, and the number one capstone is go in being collaborative, because usually, how many times have you been at work and somebody's like, you're getting a consultant in to do something, you roll your eyes, you're like, oh mother God, why are these fuckers in here? They don't know anything. Well, if those people are intelligent enough to come up to you and the first question they ask you is, what do you need? Then you're fine. If they do come at you adversarial, unfortunately, this is the point where it's probably more useful for you to pretend to eat a little crow and say, can you help me get what I need? Which is bullshit, but at least makes the time a little more worth it.
Yeah, I would say we're definitely past the point of, the era of security where it was, cool, found the exploit, you're bad, right? But no one tells you why you were bad, right? Or how to fix the bad. And that collaborative approach is really meeting in the middle, right? You're bad and you should feel bad, right?
That's next weekend.
Yeah. Shameless plug, if you're a local, there's a PumpCon next weekend. No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks. I should know this. I run it. Help run it. It's 2 weeks from now.
Anyway.
Close. You were close.
Just time is wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. All right.
People do show up for conferences on the wrong time. I've seen people like a whole week ahead of time.
So
show
we're
up and
gonna
be
keep
like,
talking until someone yells at us to
Whoops.
stop talking.
Not me at the bowling alley a week early.
Ooh, I have one that all of you are gonna have strong opinions about. Isn't that the point of this panel? If you don't know networking, you shouldn't be in security.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know what? I'm not terribly familiar with networking. You know who are? The 5 people who work with me and work for me who are really fucking brilliant. My job is to know enough to understand who my experts are, give it to them, and listen to them. So, no.
I'm going to assume they meant computer networking, but I'm going to interpret it as human networking for the sake of a conversation.
Love that.
And then I would say correct. I think that human interaction and talking to other people and understanding their systems is an art and a thing you need to do. When I ran a consulting company, I had a whole training I would give on the art of elicitation. I gave the talk at TourCon San Diego some shit years ago, really fucking sick with the flu too, which I probably shouldn't have been in public. But and it's all about techniques and understanding how to interact with other people, how to get the information you want out of them, how to elicit the things that you need as a consultant. And it was taken from like law enforcement stuff and legal courtroom, but other techniques as well. And I think that's a hugely valuable, B, wildly not fully understood by people in the industry. And the control that you have with your language and the questions that you ask and how you engage people, to your point, like you should throw yourself on the pyre and be like, I actually don't know, can you help me out? Even if you know, that's a valuable technique, and it is a technique like anything else, right? We talk to people even like at speakers at JawnCon, this thing is a tool, right? When you speak on stage, you can use the microphone in different ways to get different effects with your voice to be able to communicate more effectively with the audience and get them to understand better. And so, understanding the power of your voice and the power of your interaction with other people as it pertains to your job in this industry is critically important. So I will misinterpret the question but answer it in my own way, which is also a thing that they'll teach you in like media training is answer the question that you wished you were asked, not the one you were actually asked. So that's what I did right there.
I mean, I think it's in the spirit of the chaos of the panel, right? That this is supposed to be unfettered and unadulterated, so we can do whatever the hell we want.
And I needed a moment because my initial reaction was, you're wrong. But
And that's fine.
having given myself a couple of seconds to think about it, you're right, but first off, great. I love Bruce's interpretation, and you used it properly by going, I don't know. I've got people in my network that do. That's great, but knowing some networking is going to be
Right.
super helpful. And the more you know, the better off you are. But I don't think you need to know it so long as you have people on your team that do and know enough to go out there and say, I don't know this. What is this?
Know enough, know enough as the GP to say, oh shit, you need to go to a specialist.
Yes.
I'm
Know
not-
enough to know what you don't know.
Exactly.
Right. So it's I love him or hate him, Donald Rumsfeld, getting some of the attention of at least the older folks in the room.
Yeah, if you know who that is,
If you know
get
who
your
that
colon
is and you
checked.
have an opinion about Donald Rumsfeld, you are of a certain age. He had the whole like unknown unknowns, and there's like the Rumsfeldian matrix of like known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns, right? And the awareness that I think that you're talking about is like, I know there's a thing, networking. I know I'm not very good at it. It's an unknown to me, but I know those people there know it for me. Cool, you can leverage that, right? And being aware of those unknown knowns and the known unknowns is actually a very powerful thing for managing people.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that everyone said. You know, I think knowing networking helps. Is it an explicit requirement? It, probably not. It really depends on your team size, and, you know, to the last point, like knowing when you don't know something and knowing when you should go ask for help. And I think that's one of the most valuable skills that someone can have is knowing what they don't know and knowing when to ask for help. You know, I've seen so many people, consultants, staff, you know, clients who just they don't know when to ask for help and they don't want to show, you know, that, you know, weakness almost of not knowing something. And I think it takes a stronger person to say that they don't know something than it does a person to act like they do.
And this is not to say that you don't want to self-teach the way we were talking about. And this is a really good moment for those of us who have self-taught in different areas. When you see somebody struggling with that and you have trouble, they're having trouble and you've been through it, be like, look, here's how you work through this. That being said, not everybody has to get to an expert level. So it is hard. There's that middle ground between letting someone futz at something themselves and letting them, especially at leadership level, say, all right, you're the expert. I trust you.
Thank you, Bruce. We have a peanut gallery comments. We're going to try to get a mic.
I think this question is indicative of a problem that people have, and that is that I get asked all the time, like, how do I get into security? And my first question is, what the fuck do you want to do in security, right? They treat it as a monolith, but it's really not. Like, there's so many different sections of security and networking. Yes, it's great to have, especially if you're in a very technical part of security, if you're doing pen testing, if you're working in the SOC, if you're doing those sorts of things, having the understanding of that is very important. But, like, the folks working like compliance and risk and all these other areas that are very much less technical don't need that level of network understanding. And I think that's the problem is people look at security as one big thing and don't look at the different segments that make up this field, because it's more than just the monolith that it gets treated as.
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, where, and you can see this is a big thing for me, not just because of where I've come from. I was always a nerd, but yeah, whenever I hear the idea, well, I'm not a technical person. Well, you know what? Technically, I am a person. So what the heck? But I'm probably still adding something there. You know, I think it really comes down to Bruce's comment about knowing what you don't know and choosing your experts.
I mean, I'll tie it back to some of the earlier questions and comments we had. I will say I have actually hired like someone from the postal office into a SOC before. They had no prior SOC experience, but they had the right thought process, the mindset. They interviewed fantastically despite having no experience. And I have to say, in the 8 years since I had that client hire that person, that is the highest performing person in that SOC. They've gone all the way from tier 1 to tier 3. So I think, there's something to be said for self-teaching. There's something to be said for repurposing skill sets. And there's something to be said from coming from different places, and you don't have to have. That person definitely didn't have networking skill going into that role, right? But they wanted to learn it. They went and they self-taught, and they started getting all the different skills that they needed to go with that, right? They took this concept of like sorting mail in a mail room and put it into sorting events in a sim, which was really cool to watch, honestly. And they actually came up with use cases for that customer that a lot of people who had been doing security for years before that hadn't thought of, because they just didn't have some other experience that led them to that thought process.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm here, because somebody in this room right now said, look, I need somebody who knows rules, statutes, can read a rule set and help people figure out how to get in compliance. I'll teach you tech. And, several years later, for some reason, you people are listening to me on a panel.
So, this one's much hotter. Anyway, they're going to turn it down before I get too aggressive. So, Synopsys, which used to be a company, but they got bought by somebody, who the fuck knows, had a paper a number of years ago that came out. It was like the 4 shapes of a CISO. And it was effectively like looking at the core skill sets of security leaders and where did they come from. And like there was like CISO as technology leader, CISO as financial overseer of like IT and security, CISO as risk arbiter, that kind of thing. And they did an analysis of like the strengths and weaknesses of each. And I think it's important to your point, understanding like strengths come from different places, from different backgrounds, and being able to leverage that in a cyber program. Cyber is weird in the sense like we deal with risk of all types, and oftentimes like totally unexpected ways. And AI as an example, like 3 years ago, we were not having weird, big, huge conversation about the impact of AI on like everything around us, and like you can't get away from it today, and we have to figure out how to manage the risk associated with it. And some of the people who are at the pointy end of that spear are not like, I've been doing AI my whole life and I have my doctorate in AI, right? It's like, I'm a creative person who can understand shit gets weird and I can help you manage that risk. And so I think that paper, as much as it was geared toward like shapes of CISOs and helping executive teams think about like who they want to hire, I think it actually in general, like you can think about it as the entire industry and like where can you draw strengths from to put people on the right problems inside your program.
All right, so with that, let's pick another topic. We've got plenty to pick from still. Ooh, this is actually a similar topic to one that we drew last year, but it has a new twist and a specific ask. And I think it's really good for the current hiring environment. Skills gap. What are 2 to 3 skills that you would recommend? It's very generic and open-ended, so you can pick whatever job you want.
In the current environment, I think farming, self-defense.
Ditch digging?
Ditch.
No. Well digging.
Well
digging.
Yeah, that's a good one too, yeah.
If you're already soldering, just kick it up a notch. It's fine.
How about if we add the security disclaimer on that
one? Oh.
Same thing.
I think looking at the delta, I think there's like general things that you would want to be aware of. And I think that there's a few things that have come up in the last year. One, AI awareness in general, right? And we all have our opinions on the roles and whatever, but the reality is like there are risks and benefits, and teams can be made faster with it, and teams can also be made slower or more squirrely with it. One of the things that we do at work periodically is that some of the technical team will get together and just share like, here's what I've been doing with AI recently, and here's what's working and not working, right? And you'll find everyone's using tools differently. I was talking to some folks a couple weeks ago who were like trying to create like metrics for like how their teams were using AI, and I'm like, what? Like, it's moving so fast and everyone's using it differently. Like, you can't be prescriptive about how to use AI today because it'll literally be different in a month. Like, stop. But instead, like, think about like how can the current technologies facilitate and or harm us? How do we use that and going forward? I think there's value to that, right? And not to over rotate it on the buzzword side of things, because I think at least the shines come off of AI a bit. At the very least, to be more aware and understand how to stir it in, I think is a valuable skill.
This was the question included job market, correct?
It did include job
All right,
market.
so I'm going to go back to networking. Lots of people have that as a skills gap, and this is the person-to-person networking. A lot of people could polish those skills up, get a little bit better at it, and that is invaluable job market-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, like, I used to be one of those crazy tech nerds that, like, when I started my career, I would shout ones and zeros across the room in hexadecimal to friends for shits and giggles because we could. And that did not get me a job, right?
What do you mean was?
Shh.
I'm in that chat.
um, we have a group chat, obviously. Shocker! The speakers have a group chat together. There's actually, between the four of us, there's probably like half a dozen. You know,
The three of them, they left me out. That's check
you're-
my
you're
phone
in a
right
bunch of
now.
them. You're in a bunch of them.
Logic puzzle of how.
Oh,
many
he's gonna
people
check
are
now.
in
He's
how
gonna
many-
have to count. Bruce,
Anyway.
how many group chats were we in over the last
But
year?
you've evolved, is what you were saying before I distracted
What I was saying was, I definitely evolved. I learned to speak business, and that's what got me my career and where I am today. And there are so many brilliant people out there that are what I like to call the special kitties, right? Like, they're absolutely fantastic at their job, but they cannot speak to the business unit. They cannot advocate for themselves. They can't talk effectively about why what they found is interesting or different or scary, or how they solved a problem in a way that the company should care about. And closing that gap, I think, is definitely a skill that is worth having.
So you're saying don't be a pizza slot nerd? Those are the ones that you put them behind a door with a pizza slot in it?
Yes.
You put the pizzas in, the deliverables come out, but you don't let them talk to anybody.
For lack of a better term, yes. I definitely, there are a couple of firms that I know that have created a fantastic environment for, the pizza slot nerds, right? Where they have a dev team that just does doc management, so you spit out vulns, the doc team makes it look pretty and converts to business land, and then the client is happy. Not everyone's fortunate enough to have that, and you definitely lose some of that value along the way. I once got into an argument with a doc team because they changed the color coding on a deliverable I did that had very specific color coding to map to common colors in a framework to make it cross-referenceable. And it drove me up a wall, personally speaking, because it made it so much harder to cross-reference, going back to our compliance standards, the compliance framework that was already mind-numbing enough to read on its own. So we at least added color coding so you could see, yes, this corresponds to, this primary control set, and this corresponds to this primary control set. Red means testing, blue means defensive tools, like just simple things, right?
It didn't match the brand style guide.
It did. Well, actually, it did. I was very picky about that. I am evil, and I have stolen marketing materials before, gotten the brand management slide deck so that they cannot complain about that.
I feel that. I mean, I think to your point too, it's not just different skills. It's different skills about different abilities, the ability to be different people. Okay? When I was in a courtroom, I didn't talk or look like this. I've had business conversations with Guardia and Cosmos where I'm talking to Christian Nicholson, and it's not some weird, about face, but it's a different thing. We talk about bringing your whole self. No, don't bring your whole self to anything. I mean, maybe a party with your best friends.
No, there's some weird parts of me that I'm not bringing here.
That's it. Like, you don't want me to bring my whole self to talking to a Fortune 500 CEO. Really, you don't. So, not just having those individual people skills, but figuring out, this is where I do this thing. This is the thing that goes like this. I'm not telling anybody to lie, and I'm not telling anybody to be not authentic. But you can have different faces for different situations that will serve you well, and still be, and still be able to look yourself in the mirror.
Yeah,
It's not easy.
there's a time and place for everything. Read the room, know
College.
your audience, relate to your audience, know what they're interested in, what they care about, and meet them halfway, right? Like if you are talking to an accounting firm and you're trying to explain, Entra ID compromise, like talking in tech to a legal team or an accounting team, it's not going to make sense. Related to their accounting portfolio, to their spreadsheets, to the book, the things that they know, meet them halfway, right? You're going to get so much far. So that was great grammar right there.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I surely thought about it.
Y'all
I-
talk pretty one day, friend.
I had a comment because I know Bruce would say something otherwise. So I'm surprised I didn't get called out this time. All right. I know who submitted this one, and I know that it's a very passionate topic. And I'm going to have to reword it to be politically correct. I know this is a hot take battle. Why is Oracle so fill in your blank?
I cannot speak to that in any way, shape, or form without getting fired. Don't work for Oracle.
Narfi also can't speak to that without getting fired right now.
Oh, well, I can.
Just remember that your HR department's in the room.
Yeah, my HR department's in the room. HR department's boss is on stage, so we're just going to balance it all out.
We went there.
Yeah. Oracle is a company that's been able to rest on its existence and contracts and things it already has, right? And it can make wildly bad decisions in the face of 99% of the population, but otherwise a good decision for the 1% of the population that pays it all its money, right? They are self-interested. They are interested in the perpetuation of the clients that they have. The times when they've left that strike zone, shit has gone weird for them, and they're terrible at it, right? Java. Okay, cool. Like, there's all kinds of things that just they were not good stewards of and basically killed, right? They're like, you give them a puppy, and Oracle is just that thing that's just filled with poison, and the puppy dies. You're like, I wonder why that happened. Except all their customers are people that thrive on poison. You're like, oh, that's why. Yeah, that was bold. Sorry.
Tough but fair.
Yeah, and the culture, even at the executive level, is like that. I've met a number of executives that have worked at Oracle, like senior executives on the team there, and they're their own people, right? And they are looking out for themselves. They're looking out for the biggest customers they have, period. And as outsiders and as consumers, we're not on their radar, right? We do not matter to their bottom line. So, props. They're capitalists at their core, and they've been very appropriate at that and good stewards of their shareholders' money. They're just not great as part of society. And TikTok, yeah, and now they're going to own part of TikTok. God bless Larry Ellison. May he not eat any bad food.
There's the unadulterated Bruce I know and love.
Well,
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, 3 of us can't comment on that legally at the moment. Imply your reasons. Fun fact, 2 of us work for the same company. 1 of us doesn't.
fun fact, like. All right.
Ooh, we have another good one. Passkeys, are they here to stay or are they just a fad? I know Bruce has opinions on passkeys. I want to hear all of them.
Passkeys are one of the most confusing pieces of technology that we were all really excited about, right? Like, I cannot. It's fucking mind-boggling. Like, I'm in a number of Slacks where, like, one of them was with, like, Bob Lord and people who, like, really, 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 really like passkeys, and then a number of, like, really good CISOs who are like, I literally don't understand what's going on with them, right? It's weird. It's hard to manage. Like, I get what it accomplishes from a like phishing resilience perspective, but every other aspect of a passkey is just weird, right? It's hard to use. It like locks you onto a fucking system. It does all this weird shit. How do you manage it? How do you revoke it? Like whatever. I don't know. But every goddamn thing, every time I log in, it's like, oh, I can do passkey. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
Like no, stop it. Like. They all jump on it, right? Heidi's freaking
Like a
workstation
clippy turf
has like
war.
3 different password managers on it for reasons, and it's a fight. Every time she goes to log into things, there's like all these modals all pop up. They're all trying to help. I'm like, hit escape, and then all of them go away. Like, how do I log in now? Like, reload the fucking page. And like, we just keep doing this until like, you have to click on the little window underneath the big window. Like, click, nope, that one right there. Okay, cool. And then it's like, oh, do you want a passkey? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, it is unbelievable, the battle that happens on client sides. Don't confuse them even more.
Someone somewhere right now is writing a paper on how great an idea it was with such a terrible execution.
I would agree empirically with that. Like it was great in theory. The execution is just lacking, and the execution components that people don't hate have security weaknesses in them, like the browser-based ones that are just throwing things around through a standard connection. You know, like KeyPass had that feature years and years and years ago, and it was a whole thing because it was just unencrypted.
I think something was asking me the other day, does it want to store my passkey in the cloud? And I was like, wait. I think you've
Doesn't that
misinterpreted the
deplete the
purpose of this whole thing.
Right.
But-
And it's not portable. Like 10 years ago, can someone give PW a mic? You got one?
Yeah, I just wanted to say you should not abstract security so that it seems seamless to me and doesn't happen. When I'm logging into something, I want to know I'm logging into it. I want to know I'm providing a secret. And when I'm not logged into it, I want that to be very obvious. Making it sort of seamless and in the background and go away is not an improvement.
Right, which means the average user needs it more. No, the average user needs to at least put a password on so that they can, or some sort of login so that they can turn around and think like,
Can someone
oh,
give
this is
Rogue a mic?
important. That's fair.
Thank you, Heidi.
Not an impediment, but that 1 second to say like, oh, this information must be important. This is my bank. I probably don't want the dude behind me in Starbucks to see this.
Does anybody in this room actually think a business user should have any reason to know anything other opportunity, cost, and risk? Like, why should they know anything about technology? To your point about the login being seamless, being a bad thing, why? Point blank, we should not have any interaction with the business user where they're not going to go to it and have to say, hey, this is a security layer, because that affects ease of access. That actually has business side implications. We need to create an environment that they can do the stupid shit that they're going to do safely.
That's the key. I don't see
the
there
key.
being an environment where they can do the stupid shit safely.
So yeah. So, I was just going to say, like, I think, like, to get to the passkey thing, I think one of the challenges is it's tied to a device. It's a weird user. There's a lot of weirdness about passkeys, and I think it's confusing to both the people that run the infrastructure and the people that use the infrastructure. I think to your point, I agree with you. You want to it to be as transparent as possible, but I also agree with Bob, and I think for me, like, one of the best use cases, or one of the best patterns I've seen is, like, if you're a 1Password user, I'm not here to pimp 1Password, but you can have, like, your MFA token in 1Password, you get everything stored there, and when you log in, you'll see it, fill it in, click, filled in, click, filled in, click. You don't have to do anything. You literally don't interact. Like, I log into Okta every day with 1Password, and all I do is, like, touch ID, it unlocks 1Password, and then I see the flow, and I'm like, no, I have logged in. I see positive affirmation. I logged in. And as a user, I didn't have to do shit except touch my keyboard and my index finger, right? Hugely powerful. And I get so annoyed when, like, it doesn't work because some developers made some weird thing that, like, doesn't allow cut and paste or whatever the fuck's going on. I'm like, no. Like, anyway, sorry. Oh, there's a thing in the back.
So trying to make something idiot-proof is never going to work because they keep building better idiots. It is, and I stole that from somebody, I'll be the first to admit. It's great to be able to understand, hey, I logged into something, or, you know, transparent. There is a balancing act between the both of them. Case in point, my father is 88 years old. For the last 15 years, there is an annual fight on how to install TurboTax, which requires the putting in of a password.
Oh God, you said. So I legitimately was sitting at a bar in Tokyo, and this guy sat down next to me like 3 weeks ago, and he goes, and we started having a conversation about what we both do, and he goes, yeah, my 80-year-old grandfather just built a finance management application for himself using OpenAI. Don't you think that's awesome? And he's just staring at me, smiling, and I'm just like mortified, and I'm like, do you not see what's wrong? So we start, me and a friend start explaining to him what's wrong, and he's just smiling with this happy face looking at us. He's like, yeah, but he's 80. Don't you think it's cool that he like built this financial management application all by himself? And I'm like, do you think it's gonna be cool when he loses all his retirement money? Because I don't think so.
Has the part of you that died inside when he told you that started to grow back yet?
No, it hasn't.
Never will.
Right. We've
don't
got
think it
like
ever
just
will.
a few more minutes, Cosmos. We got one more question over here.
All right.
That guy.
Yeah, so
guy.
I've got kind of a difficult question. Well, first off, if anybody wants to talk about passkeys, I can sit upstairs and waste 3 or 4 hours of your time on the technicals. But
Please do. I need a break.
passkeys are probably one of the most user-friendly innovations in authentication standards for the last 30 years. And what I'm hearing from veterans, Gwyd, Narf, Bruce, and PW, and Christian, is that we are, not to toot our own horns, world-class experts, and we're questioning, what are passkeys? What are best ways of working with passkeys? So the question I ask for the panel is, looking at what you know about the future and security trends, do you believe that there is a concept of a user-friendly security interface at all?
I think we already have it. We have shit like Touch ID, Face ID, things like that, which are not perfect, but your grandma understands. Or if I think I
Look,
jumped in on you.
That's, we've said a lot of things kind of negative about passkeys, but the one thing I like about them is for the average user, they're easy, but you're still doing a thing. So like on the drive here, Nouse, how many different kinds of speed bumps did we see? We had the big crazy tables that you got to slow down way below the speed limit for. You're going to scrape the bottom of your car. And then you've got the nice ones that, if you're going the speed limit, it doesn't matter, right? And I think passkeys, as far as user access, ease of use, while still letting you know you're doing a thing, passkeys are as close to that nice, smooth speed bump that doesn't do anything to you unless you're going well over the speed limit. Do I think they're perfect? No. Do I fully understand why they are the way they are? Also, no. Could they be better? Absolutely. But I think they're as close as we've gotten to that perfect speed bump so far.
I think that the reality is, like, we've really, as an industry, rotated heavily on authentication as like a thing to stop bad outcomes. And the reality is, like, there is a lot more to these complex systems that could be done to make users safer that don't require like as hard a shell on the front end of the thing to make sure things don't go wrong. A better view of authorization, a better view of trust relationships, a better view of integrity and passing integrity information back and forth behind the scenes to stop bad transactions from happening before they're committed, all these kind of things. There's some of it's foundational computer science work that we've been researching since the 70s, some of it's failed startups that have died. I mean, there's a lot of things, but I think that in the coming 10 years, the best innovations around securing the user base are things that the users don't see, and they aren't just weird apologies for calling passkeys weird, but weird authentication tricks that we try to do to make the lives a little bit easier and ignoring the underlying systemic issues that we've created in our industry.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for attending. Thanks. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for the participation. I do love a good panel and a good talk where we actually have discussion. Big thank you again to our panelists for participating. We hope to see you again next year. I'm sure we'll end up running this again next year. So thank you again for having us. And last but not least, I know he's not in the room right now, but a big thanks to Russ for putting JawnCon together and making it possible again this year. And thank you for everyone who's watching the live stream. So without further ado, Heidi, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, I think we're on lunch break for the next hour, so go eat, y'all.
Oh, cool. All right, is this thing on? We're working? How are we doing, folks? I know, thumbs up from me too. I'm stoked. This is looking to be a cool conference. I'm feeling very, very happy to be on the stage here, getting to share some neat stuff with you. All right, so today we're talking about hardware insecurity or hardware security, because every device needs hardware security, all right? Your smart cards, the credit cards in your wallet, the key fobs you use to drive your automobiles, they're not internet connected, but that doesn't matter. Because if those were to fall into the wrong hands, we want to make sure that someone who opens them up, who starts probing, can't cause them to do things we don't want them to do. All right, so here's kind of the spectrum of attacks we're going to look at, starting with things an attacker might do that are very easy, very inexpensive, very simple, all the way to attacks that are much more complex or expensive or difficult. All right, so a little bit about me. In 2010, I graduated from Harvey Mudd College. I spent 15 years doing cool stuff in the military, among which was getting to teach at West Point. The military sent me to NC State to get my master's degree in computer engineering. I'm out now, left in June. You can see a picture of my beautiful family there, wife on the right, 2 kiddos. And we live in Tennessee now, and I'm doing, writing some technical content for DigiKey. So that's what I'm up to. Got to present at a couple of different conferences and blog for embedded related. So it's been a cool couple years. All right, I'm trying something new today. I'm an educator at heart. I want to make this fun. So I've got prizes. Okay, we're gonna do a Kahoot and at select points throughout the presentation, and there's a chance to win. Firstly, a Chip Whisperer Nano. All right, so you'll see me demonstrate this today. This is a little piece of hardware made by Colin O'Flynn over at New AE Tech. It's a little development board that combines a SAM4S microcontroller that you can control from their Python library to conduct hardware attacks. And then on the end is a little STM32 microcontroller that comes bundled with it. So right out of the box, you can start conducting side channel or fault injection attacks. And then second and third places are, I've got copies of the Hardware Hacking Handbook 4. So this is a great resource to kind of get more in depth into the attacks that we'll look at today. All right, so the first thing an attacker might do if they've got access to your device is just see what information they can gather, all right? Product manuals, repair tutorials are clearly pieces of information that they might glean, all right, try to use to gather information about a device. But with a little bit of digging, they might be able to go even deeper, right? They might be able to find the GitHub repo for, that device if it wasn't set to private. They might be able to find someone else's reverse engineered schematics. If there's a patent ID or an FCC ID on the device, well, then they can go to those respective offices to try to find those filings, which is going to include information about the device that, why it meets FCC requirements or why it's warranted a patent. And all these things, individually might not necessarily seem like they expose a ton of vulnerabilities in the device, but they absolutely can, and they definitely can in aggregate. In 2018, security researchers used patent filings specifically to expose backdoors in the security mechanism of x86 CPUs, and in 2020, security researchers used information they found in patent filings to defeat the Cisco root of trust. So the information that's potentially available absolutely enables or can enable hardware attacks. Attackers can get even more information once the device is opened up. Okay, so if we haven't intentionally tried to obfuscate anything, then they can read off the part numbers of each of the integrated circuits that are on the board, so they can find the exact model of the microcontroller or the CPU we're using. They can know exactly which flash we're using. If they work hard enough, they can reverse engineer the schematic from just probing around the PCB. They might even find some unlabeled ports. Maybe these were ports used in production to flash a secret key onto the device that, of course, is not going to be populated for the user. But if a hardware attacker can find those pins, then they've got access to a port potentially that goes into the device. And as an attacker, they're going to be kind of looking for these things. All right, so once an attacker's done an initial round of research, they might continue their probing around the circuit board. Specifically looking for those ports, those JTAG or programming ports that were used to flash the device, any sort of serial communications like UART or SPI or I2C, even if it's just going to a sensor and back. And with these things, they might ask, well, did the manufacturer leave the JTAG port unlocked? Oh, that's a huge vulnerability, because at that point, I would just need to attach a debugger to get full access to the device. But even if it is locked, like we'll see later, that locking protection, that mechanism, might be vulnerable to a fault injection attack. We might be able to get the chip to sort of glitch a bit and give us access to the device. Maybe we encrypted our firmware when the user was doing over-the-air updates, but if we weren't careful, if an unencrypted version of that is loaded into the microcontroller on startup from an external flash, well, then all an attacker needs to do to read the unencrypted firmware is just probe that memory bus. Maybe we just look at signals that are going from the microcontroller to other sensors or peripherals on the printed circuit board. That might not necessarily lead to a vulnerability, but we could get the microcontroller to think erroneous information, right? If it's attached to a temperature sensor, I could potentially tell the microcontroller, give a faulty sensor signal to say, hey, it's 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or it's negative 1,000,000. And that might inadvertently cause a buffer overflow or something, or an integer overflow later on. In fact, the PlayStation 3 hypervisor was actually hacked in 2010 using this exact method. Attackers glitched a little logic line between the microcontroller, or the CPU, and the memory bus during a free operation that caused an actual memory leak in software. And then attackers were able to exploit that memory leak to gain control of the whole device. And it all started with just putting a little probe on that signal line between the CPU and the external memory and glitching it at just the right time. Additionally, we can get information as attackers just from the timing of things going back and forth. We'll see later that if I can measure how long it takes a device to perform certain operations, that can leak enough information to allow an attacker access to a device. Lastly, the attacker might actually start modifying this PCB. So I've already kind of mentioned how I might just not be probing around. Maybe I'm actually sort of disconnecting certain traces and injecting my own signals. Lots of SoCs and CPUs come with external pins that control the boot configuration. So I can start soldering or desoldering strap resistors or pull-up or pull-down resistors to change the configuration of the device potentially, to cause it to think it's booting from a different piece of hardware than it was configured for, or something like that, to cause an attack. If there's a piece of external memory on that printed circuit board, then I might be able to lift that off to desolder that and then read out the contents. And if it wasn't protected correctly, rewrite my own contents to that device, solder it back onto the board, and now my device is booting from memory that I just wrote. All right, so take a second, introduce yourself to the person sitting next to you if you haven't already, and get your creative wheels spinning. Ask them what other attacks do they think might be enabled by an individual who just had access to a device. I've got a question up here. Oh, you got an attack. Okay, tell it to, there's a fellow sitting behind you. Tell that to him. We'll go again in a minute. All right. So critical point for me from just thinking about this is that there's lots of hardware attacks that really are not difficult to conduct. And a point I'll hopefully kind of belabor over the presentation is that your device, even if it's not internet connected, should have a threat model. You should be thinking about how individuals may attack your device, including just sort of probing around. And you will hopefully, as you're developing things, are conducting that security analysis. What are we trying to protect? What are we protecting against? And what sorts of countermeasures do we feel like we need to have in place to prevent easy attacks? Okay, Kahoot. Woo! All right, so here we go. Hopefully this, I think I've got a legacy account, so hopefully this doesn't kick us out after 10 people. All right, here's your game pin. Go ahead and pull out your phone. You can navigate to kahoot.it or scan the QR code to put in that pin. And then I got a couple questions for you. No! No! Okay. All right. We'll still show the questions. I'll figure out another way then to make this fair to parcel those out. So if you were not able to join, then you can just sort of think through your answer when we start this. All right. All right, first question, true or false? With regards to onboard PCB signals, attackers are only concerned with the ones carrying cryptographic information. All right, excellent. False! Yeah, I can do lots of fun stuff with not just necessarily cryptographic things. All right, number two. Which of the following is not a useful piece of information that an attacker could get by reading the data sheet for the CPU? All right. Yeah, IC package size. I think all the other ones of these, right? What are the functions of the pins around the CPU? What are they doing? Are they memory buses? Are they GPIO? Are they different power nets? These are all important things. Operating voltages is important to know, not just how we're operating the device, but what's out of my operating voltage range. How could I start to kind of get this device to do things that it wasn't intended to do? Definitely boot configurations. Okay, excellent. Back here. Okay, so the first, I don't want to say real attack, but the first place where we get this gets really interesting are side channel attacks, all right? A side channel is a way that a device leaks information about what it's doing through just the byproducts of its operating, all right? So in the same way that like detective work, like it's founded on the idea that criminals leave behind clues to what they did, even if they were trying to cover their tracks. Microcontrollers and electronic devices will do things in the course of even cryptographically secure operations that leak information about what's going on. So these can include the electromagnetic radiation from the device. The two big ones we'll look at today are the power consumption of that device or how long it takes to execute things, but there's a number of side channels that we can all attack to try to figure out what's going on in this device. All right, so every device is going to leak information about its operations and its data. We'll talk towards the end about countermeasures. That the best we can do as developers is to try to sort of prevent someone from gaining enough information from what our device is leaking to do anything useful. All right, so I can use execution time to figure out what a device is doing. Here's a very simple example. A website might tell me an error occurred if I logged in. But if there's a difference in time between when that message comes back to me, I might be able to sort of consistently figure out when I've entered my username correctly. If the server takes just a little bit longer when the username is correct before it checks the password. All right. Here's an example using like a password login. So maybe my device has like a little UART shell that is hidden in the PCB for developer access. And if I connect to it, I see this little prompt that says enter password. A really typical configuration on the device side might be, hey, we're going to ask this person to enter a password and then use string compare. We're going to compare that byte for byte to what the actual password is. If it's valid, we'll grant them access. Otherwise, we kick them out. This code is susceptible to a timing attack exactly because string compare is going to go byte for byte and return as soon as it knows the two strings don't match. So if we send our device a string of incorrect passwords and one of them takes just a little bit longer than the rest to come back with that access denied message, we've found the first correct character in that password sequence. And so instead of having to brute force over 1 billion passwords, assuming this thing has a 6-digit alphanumeric passcode, on average, we only need to test 108. Because within about 18 guesses, right, I can get that first character, and then I just have to do that 6 times. And this is not a made-up scenario. As recently as the mid-2000s, you could buy a pin-protected hard drive. Yeah, this thing's not going to mount to your computer unless the user types in the correct pin. Super secure. But the software on this thing was vulnerable to a timing attack. All you needed to do was open up the case and probe the signal that went to the error LED. And you could type in a pin and watch that signal come back. And when you typed in the first correct digit on that pin, it took the hard drive just a little bit longer to light up the error LED. And very easily, you could use this timing attack to access the hard drive. All right, so take a second, look to the person next to you. How might you fix this code? We'll talk. I'll give you a couple suggestions at the end. But I think some of us are creative enough in this room to kind of start to hypothesize how might we fix this code to prevent a timing attack. So take a sec to see if you can come up with a solution with the person next to you. All right, like I said, we'll see some tips later potentially about how we might rewrite this code to close off a timing attack. Let's look now at power consumption. All right, so we're going to analyze what's going on inside a microcontroller or a CPU by just measuring how much power it's drawing from a supply. Okay, so it probably should come as no surprise, right? If we're measuring the power consumption, we can use that to tell really coarse things like the device is doing something really intensive right now, or the device is asleep, okay? But we can do better, all right? We can potentially differentiate between 2 operations the device is doing. So if there's a sensitive operation, there's a key point right in the middle of that operation when the device is either doing, we'll say, multiplication or addition. Assuming multiplication is a little bit more intensive for the microcontroller, we can tell the difference between those 2. All right? Now, you're not necessarily going to be able to do that just by looking at a single trace, because there's a lot going on in these things. So in order to figure this out, we're going to use some statistics. We're going to use something called difference of means. All right. So we'll start by assuming I can send a bunch of data to the device, and I know 100% that it's going to be doing multiplication. Okay, so I can collect a whole bunch of power traces of this device as it's doing multiplication. And then we'll say I can send a whole set of data to the device, and I know in that case that it's doing addition. So I can collect a whole bunch of power traces of this device as it's doing addition. If I take the groups of power traces for multiplication and average them together, I get a representative trace, where a whole bunch of noise has been sort of canceled out by the virtue of averaging all these traces together. And the same is true for addition. I'll get a representative trace of the processor as it's doing addition by averaging all those power traces together. If I subtract one from the other, for the most part, I'm going to get a graph that is all zeros, because this is the device essentially doing the exact same thing in both cases. So I'm going to subtract, I'm subtracting one from one. But there'll be a very specific point in this power trace when the device was doing multiplication in the top versus addition in the bottom. And there's enough of a difference in that power trace right at that moment that I can see a peak in this graph when I subtract the two. Now, it takes a lot of traces to do that, potentially thousands. In the cases of performing the attacks on real devices, you might need millions or billions of traces to really kind of to find this noise or this signal. But it's potentially there, okay? So we're going to use this in a second to show, I'm going to show you how we can recover the AES key inside a device just by looking at its power. There's a couple more things we need to lay the foundation for before we get there. Number one of which, let's assume I didn't know whether the device was doing multiplication or addition in this little fake scenario. Let's say I just grabbed a power trace and I was trying to show what operation was happening. In this case, I don't necessarily have enough information to group these traces into multiplication and addition and define that signal. So I've got to make a guess, right? Well, let's say I make the guess that the device, when I send in an even number, it's going to perform multiplication, and when I send in an odd number, it's going to do addition. All right, so I can do the same analysis. I can group those traces by evens and odd numbers. I can take the average, I can subtract it, and I'll get one of two results. If once I subtract these two average sets of traces, I get a little peak, that's my indicator that I've made the correct guess, that this is in fact how the microcontroller is separating the traces and what operation it's conducting in both cases. If I get a graph that's just nothing, it's mostly zero, what this is telling me is that effectively I've separated my two traces randomly into two groups, right? I've not made the correct guess as to what the microcontroller is doing internally, and so the result is just zero, okay? Even if I don't know what operation the microcontroller is doing, if I make a guess and sort and look at the result, that can tell me whether my guess was correct or not, all right? Power analysis can do more, though, than just differentiate between operations. I can detect if a single bit in this microcontroller at a point in its operation is a 1 or a 0. And we're going to use that fact to crack AES. So like I said, we're going to use I'm going to show you how to do what's called a differential power analysis attack. So I've got a device, we'll say it's doing AES 128 encryption in ECB mode. All right, I can send plain text data into the device. It does its encryption, but then I don't see the ciphertext. I don't know the key inside, but I'm going to tell you by looking at the power traces, we can figure out the 16-byte private key inside that device. All right, so to do that, here's a little background on AES. Forgive me if this is well aware. All right, so this is the AES encryption algorithm. At least in AES 128, the first step is to XOR the plain text with that 16-byte private key, byte for byte, right? Byte 0, the plain text gets XOR'd with byte 0, the key. Byte 1 and byte 1 and so on, all right? 9 times in a row, we conduct the operation sub-bytes, shift rows, and mix columns before we XOR the next round key and start the process over. On the last round, we just do sub-bytes and shift rows before we XOR one last time and emit our ciphertext. Importantly, the sub-bytes function is literally just a substitution. This is like an example here of what's called the S box, right? We're taking the output of this XOR, we are looking up a value in a table, and that's what we're emitting. All right, so I could write that very first couple of steps of the AES algorithm like this. Some byte of the plain text gets XOR'd with some byte of the key, and then I look up a value in my substitution box. So if let's say hypothetically, I knew that the output of the substitution box was a hex 1-8. If I knew that byte 0 of the input was hex 3-4, that would be enough mathematically, right, to figure out that the lowest byte of the key has got to be 0, 0, because I could just sort of work my way backwards from the S box to the XOR to what the key must be. In our DPA attack, we don't necessarily know exactly the output of the S box, but we're going to use just what we did here for difference of means and these power traces to make an intuitive guess as to what that key value must be. And that limits our sort of search space small enough that we can actually do this attack in software. All right? So step one of my differential power analysis attack is to conduct a whole lot of power traces of this device as it's doing encryption. All right, so what I've got here is a Jupyter notebook produced by New AE Tech to show how to use their devices to do cool hardware hacking stuff. This is one, this is set up now with my little Chip Whisperer Nano here, which is doing AES encryption. And what I'm gonna have it do is just collect a whole bunch of traces, 2,500, right? That's gonna go for a minute, and then we'll come back and take a look at the results. To conduct my AES, my DPA attack, sorry, on AES, I'm gonna make a guess at the first byte of the key. I'm gonna start with hex 0, 0, might as well, right? And since I know I can do an XOR, and I have the substitution box, I can, assuming the key is 0, 0, I can figure out what the output of that substitution box must be for each of the input values that I'm sending my microcontroller. All right? So here comes the part where I'm gonna do that difference of means to figure out if my guess was correct. I'm gonna take the lowest bit in this value. So the ones that are bolded here have a low byte of 0, 8 and E have a 0 in the lowest bit position. FF and D5, they have a 1 in the lowest bit position. So I'm gonna take the first and third sets of power traces. I'm gonna say, hey, right at the output of the S box, that lowest bit was a 0. So I'm gonna put those all in a group together, and I'm gonna take the second and fourth power traces, and I'm gonna put them in a group by themselves, because the output of their S box and the lowest bit was a 1. All right? If I average those traces and subtract them, and that resulting graph there has a peak, then I have a confidence then that I've made the correct guess at key 0. Because if I hadn't, I would effectively have sorted my sets of traces completely randomly, and I would have gotten a result that was just nothing. There was nothing on the output. When I see a peak, that's my indicator that I've correctly guessed the 0th byte of the key. There's only 255 possible values. So in order to correctly guess the 0th byte of the key, I just need to make 256 guesses. And on average, after 128, I'm gonna find the right key value. Or I should say, I'm gonna do 256 anyways, whichever one has the biggest peak. That's my indicator that's the correct byte, or value of the 0th key byte. And then I just need to do that 16 times to recover the whole key. All right, so here I've got my traces. I'm gonna show you what a couple of them look like. There it is. There's the AES key. I'm kidding, this is garbage. I don't know what that says. Okay, I'm gonna go down here. Okay, and then this is the code right here that essentially says, hey, for each byte in the key, for each possible value of that key, sort my traces, calculate the difference of means, tell me what the peak value is. Now, critically, I'm gonna show you that for this firmware, I'm using the default key here. You'll notice it starts with hex 2B7E1516. All right, that's enough to show what's happening here. Now I'm gonna run this. All right, I'm gonna run this. And then, so 256 times this software is making a guess at the first byte of the key, separating those two traces into two groups, subtracting them together, and telling me which guess had the highest peak. In this case, it starts off 2B70, right? Those are the first 2 bytes of the key. This is only operating on information from those power traces, right? This is not interacting at all with the microcontroller. There's nothing up my sleeve, okay? And you can already kind of see this going in about, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, right? Just by looking at the power traces, I'm going to be able to recover the private key inside this STM32. Okay. I'll showed you the chip whisper now. There was my demonstration. I had a video just in case. Coup time. All right, so even if, nope. All right. So hopefully all of us are still playing, even though we're not necessarily tallying all of our scores. Question 3, what side channel does DPA rely on? Yeah, power consumption, because I'm watching those power traces, right? The power traces reveal information to me about what's going on inside my microcontroller as it's doing the encryption. All right, number 4, true or false? Side channel attacks exploit information leakage from a device rather than breaking the cryptographic algorithm itself. Yeah, too easy, yeah. We're not, I mean, AES is cryptographically secure. You're not gonna brute force that thing, but the device itself gives us enough information to recover that key. True or false? DPA typically requires a single power trace to reveal secret information. Yeah, false. I can definitely get information about what a microcontroller is or a processor is doing with a single power trace, but not enough to do my differential power analysis attack, right? I've got to average a whole bunch of traces together to kind of cancel out some of that noise to see the contribution in that power trace from a single bit in that microcontroller. All right, an attacker measures how long a password comparison takes and infers characters one by one. This is an example of yeah, very good. A timing attack. That was one of the first side channels we looked at. Okay, cool. Let's go back here. All right, cool. So there's a whole bunch more cool stuff we can do with side channel attacks, but I'm going to move on now to level 5, fault injection attacks. And to me, this is further on the spectrum because I'm starting to actually interact with my device. Some of the faults are strong enough that I can actually break them. So a little bit more intrusive. All right. So all devices have valid operating ranges, outside of which the manufacturers kind of just say, hey, all bets are off in terms of what this thing is doing, all right? I've got a standard little D flip-flop here on the left, and whichever manufacturer is going to make that device, they're going to have requirements in terms of what range VCC needs to be in order for this thing to do the D flop thing. There's a certain setup and hold time and certain logic values on the data in that have to be met in order for this thing to do D flip-flops. On the right, I've got excerpts from a data sheet for an STM32 microcontroller. Kind of, same story. We're seeing a minimum operating voltage range of 2.0, so anything less than that, ST just says, hey, don't expect this thing to work. I've got minimum and maximum clock values that I can send into my microcontroller to get a valid clock for it to run. And in each of these cases, like we said, the manufacturer just says, all bets are off if we don't meet these criteria, right? And of course, if we try to run this microcontroller from, a tenth of a volt, it's just not going to work. But the question stands: well, what if we're just a little bit outside that operating range, right? Or what if we glitch the power down to ground, but for like, a microsecond right around the clock edge? Or what if we sort of double pulse the clock real quick? For one clock cycle, this thing looks like it's at 96 megahertz when the maximum should be 24, but then it keeps running correctly. What happens then? Okay, well, now we're in a weird range where the manufacturer just says, hey, we just can't guarantee what it's going to do. In effect, we don't know. In a lot of cases, we just sort of cause the device to reset. We break it in some way. But occasionally, these little glitches will cause the device to continue running, albeit with having a skipped instruction or a corrupted instruction. Or we can potentially cause the device to sort of flip a bit in one of the registers. It's not necessarily deterministic, but it doesn't necessarily have to be for this to work. All right. Here's an example of us being able to use this sort of ability to fault a device intentionally to get around a password check. Okay, so I've got some sample code here. The key requirement, I'm gonna try to get out of the way, is that I'm checking the user's password. So this is like going back to that first example where we're doing a string compare. And in this case, I'm going to set the default to allow login. Password OK is default set to 1. Then I iterate over my password. If any of them don't match, then I say, ooh, no, not allowed. Right? We're not going to let this individual into the device. All right? To do fault injection attacks really well, a lot of times we have to look at the assembly because we are targeting specific instructions that the microcontroller or the processor is doing. So it turns out this little setting of the flag variable to this value of, hey, don't let the user in, amounts to one store instruction in the ARM assembly. All right? One store instruction. If I can get the microcontroller to sort of skip that instruction or garble it in some way that it just doesn't execute it, then the default value allowing me access to the device stands. So that's what I'm going to do. There's hardware on the Chip Whisperer Nano that lets me do this. It's called a crowbar. It basically is just a MOSFET between power and ground. So I'm just going to slam VCC to ground for some real short amount of time to see if I can get the microcontroller to kind of skip over that instruction. On the Chip Whisperer Nano, for this type of attack, there's really two parameters I can change. I can change how long I wait after some triggering event to perform the glitch, and I can change how long that glitch happens to try to make something, useful. And so at this point, I don't know what those two values need to be. Hardly ever do you actually. So fault injection attacks are sometimes difficult to get to succeed because there's just a lot of throwing darts at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? But that's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to sweep these parameters while I'm continuously sending bad passwords to the device to see if I can glitch that instruction. Okay, and I think, yeah, okay. So let me see if I can set this up for us and show you in real time. All right, so again, I'm using the Jupyter notebooks provided by New AE Tech. And what I'm going to show you here is over and over again, I'm going to send zeros to my device, 5 zeros in a row. And what this device is, nope, not that, is looking for is a password that matches touch. TOUCH is my password. But I'm just going to send this thing bad passwords over and over again. All right. In my code here, I am iterating over my offset range from 1 to 50. I've had some success in that range finding a glitch that works. I'm going to set how long that glitch is between 10 and 12, and these are parameters that are defined for the Chip Whisperer Nano. And I'm just going to run it and see what happens. All right, so you can see this graph here will show successes and failures. You can see right now I'm not really affecting the device. This count of normal operation, i.e. I send a bad password and the device tells me access denied, is just going up because my glitch is not yet affecting the chip. All right. Eventually, and sometimes it takes a little bit, we'll probably see the reset count start to go up because that means my glitch is long enough to actually cause the device to go into reset. So it's almost a little too long at that point. Oh, no, there it goes. Holy shit. Okay, pardon me. It's okay, I want to support cancer research. Yeah, I got a success, holy cow. Okay, so on the graph, that's that little green X. You can see it down here when my device returned the value 1 in the firmware. Where'd it go? The device returned a value 1. It was returning the value of password OK. So I just had to iterate sometimes, and in this case, it really didn't take that long, maybe 30 seconds or a minute, for me to sort of find a glitch that caused this microcontroller to corrupt or edit that instruction and gave me access to the device. Nope. All right. So like I said, a fault doesn't necessarily have to make sense for it to work. It just needs to be repeatable. There are a number of ways to induce faults, right? We talked about two so far. I can sort of glitch the power supply, and there's even a couple of different ways to do that I haven't shown. I can glitch the clock. We'll look at lasers a little later. But another neat one is electromagnetic fault injection. So I can hover a strong electromagnet on top of my microcontroller and make it create and collapse a really strong magnetic field as the device is operating to try to glitch it. The cool part about that is that now I've got like an XY positioning. So I can actually like target specific parts of my processor. I can like hover over the ALU or hover over the instruction register to like try to target specific parts of my chip. Again, devices in production very susceptible to this. So NXP makes a family of microcontrollers called the LPC. A lot of them have a specific register called code read protection. So if you set that register to a specific value, I can tell the LPC, hey, on boot up, you know, disable certain features or enable certain features to allow or disallow users to read out code from memory or disable the JTAG or something. Critically, if the device or the value in that register is anything other than one of these 4 key values, the microcontroller interprets that as a no protection. All right? So Chris Gerlinski in 2017 discovered that this code of checking that value in that register essentially amounts to a single load instruction. Right? I'm going to load the value from the CRP location to memory into one of my internal registers, and based on that value, I'm gonna allow or disallow certain features in my device. And we can glitch that, right? He successfully demonstrates in this video, conducting a little glitch on that value being loaded, causing a device that should be protected by code read protection, built into that thing by NXP, to not be protected at all. It's actually how the Xbox 360 was hacked in 2011. All right, so the Xbox 360, like a lot of really complex stuff, hardware, starts with some sort of BIOS, right? Goes into a first stage bootloader, second stage bootloader before it loads the actual OS kernel that's going to run. And along the way, it's conducting checks to make sure that, hey, we've got valid stuff here. Well, turned out checking the hash on the kernel amounts to a single mem compare. Right, so attackers in 2011, discovered that, all right, well, we can load our own kernel into that flash. And all I need to do at the right time is pulse the reset line just long enough to cause the memcompare function to return a 0, even though it shouldn't. That 0 value coming out of memcompare will trick the processor into thinking, hey, we've got a valid kernel here, and boot my code. And this thing can happen fast and sufficiently enough that you could buy mod chips that just sort of slap onto your PCB and in a couple of minutes successfully trigger a glitch that allowed your Xbox to run your own kernel. All right, so take a second. Holy cow, how would you fix the Xbox code? Take a second with the people next to you and see if you can brainstorm some solutions. All right. Oh, yeah, I got some Kahoot. All right. True, false. Injecting a fault during the execution of a password check can cause the device to skip the comparison entirely. Yeah, totally. Among other things, right? We don't know what's going to happen, but skipping it could be one of them. All right. Which of the following best describes why a voltage glitch may cause a CPU to skip an instruction? I know, I gotta find a good spot. Yeah, okay, we were corrupting that fetch or decode. We're doing something to cause this instruction to kind of be malformed. Okay, excellent. Okay, level 6. Yeah, this is the mega boss, folks. Okay, with a lot of time and patience and potentially some very expensive machinery and a good bit of know-how, I can scrape off the plastic on top of an integrated circuit, right? Usually I need very strong chemicals. I can do it with strong lasers though, or milling machines. Some folks will just sort of cut devices in half, but as an attacker, I really want this thing to continue operating so that I can do an attack on it. Once the silicon is exposed, though, I've got lots of cool stuff I can do. All right. Now that I can see the actual silicon in the transistors, I can conduct optical side channel attacks. Right. These transistors occasionally will emit photons as they're switching on and off, which means I can measure that to conduct a side channel attack on this device. I can use strong lasers to induce faults, since I can actually look at the transistors in a very similar way that I might just normally use a photo transistor, right, to turn a gate on or off with some amount of light. It gets even scarier. Okay, I can use focused ion beams to physically change the silicone on that chip. I can cut traces, I can deposit material, I can effectively cause this thing, with a few limitations to do whatever I want it to. All right. Again, keep in mind that this requires very expensive machinery, really a lot of expertise, but it's there. Okay, a couple of quick countermeasures. So hope is not all lost, okay? Like you can expect, the world's still working. There are countermeasures to each of these things. And so it involves sort of subverting the attacker's understanding of how the device is operating. Okay, so to prevent side channel attacks, what I can try to do is sort of decorrelate the time that my device is doing to execute things to sort of shake off that timing attack, right? I can insert a random delay, right? If I'm randomly delaying after some trigger, then it's gonna be hard for the attacker to sort of figure out what's going on with this string compare. I can rewrite a variation of mem compare that always runs the same amount every time, and then will tell me if the answer is same or different. For fault injections, one of the best things I can do is not use default constants, right? 0 and 1 are easily glitched too. So if I use random stuff for my true or false, or if I can XOR in these characters here to do my mem compare, then at the output, if one of those things doesn't match, I've got an indicator that someone glitched an instruction somewhere. There's some really advanced stuff I can do if I want to verify the control flow, right? I want to verify that my software actually executed a certain branch, but simple things I can do are just check that, hey, my loop counter should have gone to 1,000 before I exited the loop. If it's not, maybe one of those iterations was glitched or something. So to me, key point, right, is that step one was knowing that these attacks exist, right? Knowing that if we're developing a device, we need to think about that hardware security. In many cases, the threats are not big, the attacks they can do are not crazy, and I don't need exorbitant countermeasures, but occasionally I might, and the best thing I can do is just be intentional about that. Okay, I think I'm running out of time, so we're gonna skip this. Do you have any time for questions? Okay, I'll tell you what, I will take questions up at the front here. I think the best way for me to hand out these super cool prizes is if they are all of interest to you, think it'd be cool to own a Chip Whisperer Nano or own a copy of this book, come up, all right? I'll find a fair way to hopefully divvy them out. You can ask me any questions up there. Otherwise, thank you so much to all of you for being here, and to the presenters, the organizers at JawnCon. This has been a blast. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? We're still winding up from the other talk. Rock on. All right, so I'm Dustin. This is about getting you more radio frequency curious, using some tools that are open source, feeding data to those tools, and getting out of the command line just a little bit so that we can have a database of things. So, general disclaimer, this is, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not your lawyer, nobody's lawyer. Get a lawyer if you have a lawyer. Find one. This is really just for educational purposes. We are passive scanning, we are passive receiving, we are passively dealing, and we are just receiving. We are not sending or transmitting any data when we look through these pieces. The last line is just for comedy. This is about me. My mother makes me put this up because she made me go to school. Took me 5 years to get out of engineering school, so just stick with it. You can do it too. And so I've been a bunch of years, ex-SOTA R&D person, currently a cybersecurity engineer, worldwide war drive winner, 2020 something, it's up there, right? 2022, 2025. I found a really good quad this year that cleaned it up. But I've been a builder of all these monitor things, the war driving stuff, the Bluetooth stuff. So I've been using Kismet Wireless to do this heavy lift. And so I want to get you folks into understanding how you can too see all the things around you. So I love this quote. It's really not from Walt Whitman, even though Ted Lasso wants us to think it is. I wasn't able to find anything that told us it was really from Walt Whitman. But sometimes tools have been around so long that they can sometimes be the villain. And I think sometimes you hear tools get kind of crapped on a little bit, and I just want to make sure that we keep going with being curious. So Kismet Wireless, most people use it for Bluetooth, Wi-Fi scanning. It's totally a workhorse for that. Use it 90% for grabbing PCAPs, grabbing that data, being able to ingest it. I use it for all my war driving. It does some BTLE, the Bluetooth low energy stuff, so it'll capture those beacons. Those are randomized, right? So not really too user detectable, but they're there, and some are not, right? So if you have a flipper, right, your Bluetooth device is not randomized. So just be aware of that if you leave it on. But what about the ISM bands? What about software-defined radio stuff? How do we find things that are out there, this industrial, scientific, medical band, where they're free license and they have to just deal with whatever they may see in the world, right? How do we track those? How can we see those? And, you know, normally we would grab software-defined radio tool and then we would see these waterfalls. It'd be like, well, this is a radio station because it was just easier, but how would I figure that out? What would be in that thing? If I tuned to 915 or 315 or 433, what would I see? I would see these things, but I wouldn't know what they are. And there are other tools that are out there that'll do it for you. You could use SDR Sharp. You can use some tools with some plugins, and it'll do some decoding for you. I forgot the tool off the top of my head that'll actually give us some details. But what can you find? So I mentioned 315. There's motion and security and TPMS sensors, tire pressure monitoring sensors or system, whatever it is, right? Those are in your tires. You have 4 of them. They're all unique. I'm going to just leave that out there. Just think about that when you drive around. They're all unique, all 4 of them. So it gets a little tricky. Weather stations like to beacon a whole bunch of information, temperature, weather, things like that, all in a clear text, as well as some remote sensors for your doors, like your alarm system. So how could we see them? Because there isn't any encryption. It's very open. 915 as well, security sensors, other ultra utility sensors. We'll see some of those, as well as water, gas, and electric. I don't have electric by me in that band, but I do have water and gas. So I'll have some screenshots. So as I said, you know, we go through spectrum analysis and you'll see what's in the air around you. And that software-defined radio is trying to scan all the way across. It's trying to find things. How do you capture it? How do you sit there? We use it, right, to capture any of the noise that might be out there. Maybe you've got a hum. Maybe you've got something. If you're amateur radio person, you might fire one up to kind of see, is the neighbor's utility pole blowing up or something impacting your radio frequency, you can kind of look for it. But I want to see things, right? I want to know what's out there. I want to be able to see what those devices are. And so we get to these tools for SDRs and how do we feed them into data. So RTL SDR has a built-in tool, command line interface, right? I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But again, you know, you can get a $40 tool and you can see all these things. You can do AM, FM. You can, if you're close enough to an airport, you can hear some airport traffic, right? The NOAA just does a beacon weather. And then if you get really nosy and you have an active amateur radio club near you, you can listen to their repeaters or simplex, right? You can kind of do things. Maybe you record them and push them to the internet and share them in like Broadcastify or something. So I mentioned it before, you know, an inexpensive SDR, 30, 40 bucks from RTL SDR blog, or the new Alex seems to be a little bit more of a favorite for folks. Small PC, you can use a Raspberry Pi, and then I'm a bigger fan of a little bit more power, like the N150, the N300 CPUs from Intel. But again, just starting out, like how do you build this out? How do you start looking at what is out there? And then if you want to do more devices, I have a recommendation for the StarTech Industrial Hub. That's got some jumpers in there that kind of helps you with power management. It's really awesome, that hub. It's done a lot of things for me. Just some examples of the hardware. This is the RTL SDR blog. SDR comes, you can get a kit with some antennas, an extension wire, a little pole, and that helps you get through the hardware side of it, right? 40 bucks. We can view the sky in 40 bucks. Because there are Windows tools that'll let you use SDR and see waterfalls and stuff like that. That's all very good. This is just a same hardware inside, a little bit different, and as well as just a different model and make, right? So again, another 40 bucks. You can throw it into an SPC. If the audience has been deep into Raspberry Pis, you probably have a bucket somewhere full of them. And if you don't, you probably have another bucket of something else, like a laptop that you can go, you know, grab from a thrift shop for 40 bucks and then throw Linux on it, and you can be off to the races. Other things that are in that spectrum, right? We talked about feeding the other ISM bands, but you have ADS-B as well. So you can see the beacons from the planes. These planes have to, they don't have to, I guess, but they will beacon clear text, their call sign, their data, their telemetry, all be received with $40 device and antenna outside your window, mostly like clear line of sight. You need some sky. And I mentioned before, the BTLE and the Wi-Fi, right? That's where Kismet has its wheelhouse there. So my gripes, right? My gripes of being in the command line. You choose a Linux distro, you get your RTL SDR in there, and then you start running your terminal, and you just have a horrible time. The data's scrolling, it's swinging past you. You have to pipe it to a text file if you want to look at it later. It's just not, it's not exciting. It's not inclusive. It's not inducive to me to wanting to see that. I want to be able to capture it all and look at it. How do I go back? And how do I find that device? Was that device here? Was that device over there? Where did I go to get it? So yeah, just a horrible thing. I mentioned scrolling data. And data isn't always parsed properly. You can't really find it. And I want to save it. I want to look for it. I want to be able to watch it. And this gets into a little bit of like OPSEC and understanding what's around you and who's showing up and where are they going or where are they coming from or who they are or what they're driving. So an example of just this, I just call it chaos. It's just here, I'm going to go open up the RTLSD blog software, and I know it's an eye chart, but the slides will be up, so you'll be able to see them. But that's what it is, and it's just going to scroll. It's just going to scroll past, and you're just going to see all the things in that band. And how do you go back? How do you find the thing you're actually looking for? Where do you get the data from it? How do you parse it? You got to add all this extra stuff, all this extra lines or things on top of it in order to get a running access of that data. And so I think I've said data enough times. You know where I'm going with this. I want to be able to have that data. You want to be able to have that data depending upon what industry you're in or what you're doing. You may want to see what is happening around you and, what happened there? So what if we were able to make it prettier? Now this is censored because I was in an area that had a lot of things in it and I didn't really want you guys to find out where I was, but I needed to be somewhere. So we have now, this is a 315 screenshot of Kismet Wireless. I'm really starting to feel like one of my slides is jumbled, but we're here already, so we're gonna roll with it. This is everything it saw, okay? And I cropped the screenshot out, but there's pages and pages of things it found. There's pages. And now I can go back and I can click through what it had because it put it in a little database, SQLite or SQLite, depending on how you want to say that. And now you can go back. And that's the key is being able to store this data and replaying it and figuring out what you have around you at that moment of time. You can GPS tag it. I was smart enough to not do that this time. But there it is, right? You could just tag it and have that data. So what happens if we want to look at a TPMS sensor? I apologize. I think these slides got shifted. So we can see whatever it got parsed out. We'll work right to left. It's a little backwards. We've got the actual name of it. We've got a MAC address. It's decoding it as an RF sensor. We could even have the packet frequency distribution of what that sensor has been drifting around. We have total packets. So maybe that car parked for a while. Maybe it's in your driveway, but maybe it's parked for a little while. All right, so then we can get packet graphs. Okay, packets per second, packets per minute, packets per hour. Well, that's interesting. That thing is just chirping a lot. Again, I might want to just keep that in your mind. And then we get to see cool stuff like there's an SNR and there's the noise floor and there's a temperature and the actual tire pressure sensor, right? Because that's how your car does it. Your car is waiting for that number to drop and give you a little bit of an alert in the dashboard. So 433 megahertz is the same thing. You run it and here's a bunch of sensors. This wasn't censored. It wasn't redacted. But these are those temperature sensors that you can buy, like $30. They usually report to like a weather station that has like a display on your counter or something like that. So now not only can you see what's at your house, but you can see what's at your neighbor's house, right? Because the frequencies are there, they're floating. But what about if we could store them all? What if I could get historical data out of that information, packet by packet now, to see trends? Right, so I have a couple of these sensors. I throw them in the attic. I put one in the garage. I put one in the basement. And then the data just feeds. But I don't need a little weather station now. I got Kismet sitting in the background and listening to this data. So same thing here, right? We get our packet graphs. We get the actual name of what it is. We get a MAC address that it's using. We have a drift or a frequency distribution. We have total packets. This is a good way to know if the battery dies in it because sometimes those things don't tell you. So then maybe it's just stopped. It's totally dead. Good packet rates, packets for the last hour. It's interesting that we didn't have anything for the last minute and the last hour up here, but we had for the whole day, rather, last day. And then this one actually tells us about lightning strikes, storm distance, and a lightning sensor. Gives us the moisture and the thermometer, temperature. This is in the back of my server rack. You can tell which side the hot side is, I guess. Like a McDLT. Does anybody remember McDLT, hot and cold side? All right, I got one chuckle, good enough. So then we go back to ADSB, the flights. So this is very interesting because if you use FlightAware, the FlightAware, they'll accept customers to say, don't show people my information. Right, now there are other tools that you can go do that, but what if you got just something over your house and maybe you're in an area that somebody isn't feeding something? Well, now you'll get all that data, but this is ugly. You're not gonna, what are you gonna do with this? Right, you're close, you kind of know, but maybe what if I want it on a map? I might be from Long Island. So, so now you've got a full map of all the stuff overhead. And you get the full, and I don't know what this stands for, the ICAOID. And that's key because now you can take that anywhere else. You can take that to airframes.io, ADSB, right? You can go look that up and get raw data from people that haven't taken money from customers to hide their planes. I like to use this when the police fly over. I like to use this when the strange plane flies over that does a lot of circles. We recently had the Ryder Cup out on Long Island, and there was a plane that circled a lot, and we were all wondering, like, what is it doing, and is it the government? No, it was just audio-visual media team just doing circles all day, and but they paid FlightAware and some other people to not share their data, but nobody knew what this plane was doing. So we could fire up Kismet if we're in the area, if we're close enough, fire up Kismet, we run it, grab some ADSB packets, grab our data from the ICAO, and then start Googling, right? Or DuckDuckGo, whichever friend you have. And here's an example of that. I was able to find this plane that flew over, but it looked like FlightAware took the money, just an unknown owner in Brazil. We didn't have it close enough very long to get a full registration, but again, that ICAO, it's important. Look where it went. This is ADSB Exchange. They have a number of feeders, and like them or be frustrated with them, they do run a decent site for this. But it was weird because it did come over. It's tiny there, but it went straight over Long Island, and I did see it. That was odd to me. Seemed like an interesting flight path because the world is flat. Anyway, so now you have Bluetooth, right? Bluetooth we mostly know is randomized. Your phones are doing its best to randomize the MAC address that your phone is using over 24 hours or an unknown specified time. But there's a lot of devices that don't. There's a lot of devices that don't. Your car doesn't. I mentioned earlier, your Flipper Zero doesn't. So those are other things that can be used to identify people, places, things, yourself. That's what customers are doing. That's what people are doing out in the world. And so now you can too, at the very least, see what other people are seeing. And again, that's really my key here is I want you to go and step away and think about what you could go view where you are. Right? If you're in a dense location, you're like in a good apartment complex, you're gonna see so much stuff, it's gonna be so cool. If you are out in the middle of nowhere, you should see very little, and you should not see a whole lot of stuff. And maybe if you start to see a whole lot of stuff, you have some questions about what might be happening there. So it's just super, super awesome where you can take one device, you can tune it to Kismet on one frequency. You do have a Nyquist algorithm. I can't really articulate the answer to what that is, but it's a sampling rate, right? So if you were to only have one SDR and you turned it to 315 and you listened to it for 10 minutes and you tuned it down and you went to 915, you're obviously gonna miss what was in 315 that happened while you're on 915. So of course, it's always bigger, a little bit better in this type of stuff, but just from a perspective of what is around you, what's in your car, what's in your house, what's in the parking lot, what's happening if you have a store or a bar. I like to deploy a bunch of sensors in places that help me detect people in bars. So this is just a block diagram. I didn't have any pictures because I wasn't really allowed to share what I've built for other people, but this is it, right? This is a Raspberry with an SDR running Ubuntu, Kismet Wireless, all in there, single data source, logs locally. I do recommend getting a little bit of a faster storage if you're gonna be in a very large area with a lot of data. But now, you could just place this anywhere, you can remote to it, it'll Wi-Fi back to the local network. Kismet Wireless has a browser, so you just browse to the IP address. You do log in and set up a password and stuff like that, but it's super important to be able to now, you have deployable recon devices. Blue team, red team, purple team. Right? Those are great things to have. If you're red team, you might want to know what's there. If you're blue team, you might want to know if somebody showed up. If you're purple team, you want to know where everybody is. So you end up in that scenario of being able to have a defense, of a level of awareness of what you have. And that's really just, again, I'm just going to keep beating it, is that I just want everybody to know that for very cheaply, you can monitor what's around you like other people are monitoring what's around them. Other people. Agencies, government, whatever, local stores. If you think your Target and your other places are not doing this, I have a bridge that I like to sell people. I've sold it a few times. But it's a web server locally. You have complete remote via browser on the network. And there's a console access where you'll see, if you fire it up in console, Kismet will show you just streams of logs. But again, we're in that CLI. I don't want to be there. I want to be in pretty. But now we can get larger, right? If you set up a distributed system, you can now have sensors in 4 corners of your building, 4 corners of your property, maybe 2 down by the driveway and 2 down by the back gate. You could have a bunch sitting around here. This is not an original idea to me. I've learned this from others, and there's a thank you slide, right? But you too now can monitor things a little further away from home, at the edge of your house, right? We're in Pennsylvania, and people like to have large properties. I like the idea of having something distributed and being able to monitor what's around you. I moved a little bit fast here. If you want to try to capture everything, you can go crazy. This is a wall on the side of my server rack. This is now capturing everything. So there is a significant amount of capture happening here. And I could walk you through it. This is just to kind of show you that if you get into this rabbit hole, you might end up here. Because you're going to want to capture everything. And you're going to want to know what you missed. You want to know what maybe you might have missed, or maybe what you don't want to miss. But it's super important because this all will run off of a good, solid industrial USB hub to an Intel NUC i7, i9. And you're able to grab everything at once and pull it into that dashboard. And we've got a lot happening here. So let's go through it a little bit. This is a disco antenna, 30 feet in the attic on LMR 400 down into a mini circuits splitter. This is magic. This is magic that's happening here. This is allowing multiple SDRs to connect to one antenna. So the antenna just feeds stuff down the pipe, and all the SDRs are going to say, I'm going to look at this frequency. The other SDR is going to say, I'm going to look at this frequency. But they all shared one antenna, so I only had to run one wire, and I only had to have one antenna in the attic, which is good because my wife has been moving stuff around up there. Just wondering what all the wires are. So it's just excellent because this magic is happening here, and I'm not saying you have to do this. I'm just saying that you can find these cheap on eBay, used, and you can start to build out your own multi-device recon from a house. Maybe you live on a corner like I do. I didn't want to live on a corner, but I do. And so a lot of things happen on a corner. People like to stop on corners, and I don't know why, but you know what I want to do? I want to know when they do. I'd like to make sure that they're not littering, at the very least. If they could not throw their lunch out the side window as they drive away, I'd like that. There's a couple other things happening here. I do a bunch of other remote SDR stuff because you'll notice that there is a hack RF here. It's on its own dedicated line into that splitter. That's really dedicated to some other stuff where a separate server that I remote log into to access that data. And if we were to venture a little off topic, this is a Web 88 SDR. It's dedicated to a mag loop antenna, and it is just monitoring the PSK reporter. So it just listens to that HF frequency for oh boy, brain has blanked. But it's like the FT8, it's PSK, it's just listening, and it feeds to the reporter. So I can see people transmitting things in HF amateur bands from all over the world. Again, it's like magic. That's just a side project, but I just wanted to explain what's up there. I may have moved too fast. Like all things I try to present, I try to give you a logical diagram, a logical layout of it. The slides will be up on the site for JawnCon and in a dedicated GitHub link where I'll share some of the commands. But again, we've got your SDRs, 315, 433, 915, an ADSB, and a BTLE all in one set of hubs going to Kismet Wireless over here. This is doing some other stuff. We'll talk about that in a moment. But again, we have some more for some sneaky stuff. So maybe I just want to log in and hit a specific frequency from a remote device. So now I have logging and monitoring, and I have active recon, right? So SDR++ sits on a server, and it will sit here, and that goes to a different server here. And then I can remote to that from another computer on the network. If you're fancy, a VPN from anywhere, right, and come home. But we also do some dedicated ADSB. I did some comparisons between ADSB into Kismet, as well as FlightAware with a couple of different devices. Everything kind of really mapped out the same. So I won't say that you need dedicated ADSB, but if you're into flights, if you're into that information, the FlightAware tool is very cool. The other tools are very neat as well, and then you can document your stuff. I believe I moved too fast. So I've been joking about this for a while, like, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Kismet Wireless? I'm a salesman for it. I do believe that it is an incredibly powerful tool. It will save you a lot of time. You can export this data in a number of different ways. You can export your entire device list into a CSV. So now you have manageable data if you wanted to manipulate that somewhere else. I don't have a slide here for it, but I'm a big fan of GravWell. GravWell is like a competitor to the Splunk team. And again, you can now write query language against your data outside of Kismet if you wanted to. Kismet has a cool thing. You could filter up here. You can go to all devices. You can then filter against MAC address and break it down. This is just showing us everything. You know, we go back to the BTLE piece that's happening. This is a significant amount of BTLE data. So we have all this randomized MAC addresses. So hey, it's telling you it's randomized. You don't even have to, like, is it randomized? What is it? Maybe it's not. Nope. Kismet has identified out of the packets that it's received over BTLE that this is most likely a randomized manufacturer. And there's math behind that I don't understand or know. I'm not going to pretend I know it, but it's doing it for you. And that's really goes back to the heavy lift. The work is being done in Kismet Wireless. It's there. I don't see enough people talking about it. Maybe they are, and I'm just not friends with them. I'd like to be friends with you because it's so powerful. There's a number of different capture devices that I'm not even hitting. I installed a Zigbee like literally right before I showed up today, and I didn't see anything here right away, and I didn't see anything at home before I left, but it'll decode Zigbee. That's in there as well. So I wanted to come back to the slide where we had apologies. I think it was this one. So we get a manufacturer of the RF sensor here. I just kind of wanted to really make sure that we look at the 315 because I think the tire pressure monitoring sensor information is really critical to what you may see out there. I think it's something identifiable that enough people aren't aware of, and I hope that the teams here and anybody else that ever watched this understand how identifiable it is because of it being so unique. There's no duplicates. There just aren't. That's not the way it's been made, and nobody will know why, I guess. And then 433, right. I'm missing the slide with the gas meters, I guess is what I'm learning. My apologies. All right, so you can also see water meters. You can see gas meters. If they're reporting any data from consumption or delta or change, it's in the packet data. Kismet's decoding it for you, and it'll put you right in there. So I know when my propane tank at home gets full. Sometimes before I hear the dogs wake up when the guy slams the gate, right? So there's just so much data of yours out there. Out by me, the water van drives around. The guy from the water municipality drives around with 2 antennas on his car or truck, and that's how they read the meters to see the difference. And I'm seeing the difference as well. I know when the neighbors fill their pool, right? Like, it's weird. It's weird that this data is out there. And I think it's important that people know it's not just it's not just all the things you're thinking of, it's more. It's so much more. And because that slide is missing, let me hit acknowledgements, because I do really think that Dragorn Kismet Wireless is such an incredible, powerful tool that if somebody like me can pick it up, who really has so little Linux experience, can read his docs and dig through them and set up a quick little box and then take that and build upon it and build upon it and build upon it. It's taken a few years before I've scaled it to chaos, or crazy, because the other stuff is chaos. But it just shows that you can see what's around you too, and that was really the point that I was really going to hammer here. There is a Discord for Kismet Wireless. You go to kismetwireless.com. I can sell it. I'm wearing the shirt, right? So this way you can get in there. I'm always in there asking questions, sometimes looking a little silly, but it's just such an incredible group of people. I can't thank them enough out into the ether of the internet here, as much as I've even shaken their hands and given them hugs, because it's just a really powerful tool. And a lot of the work that I'm doing is really inspired. I just want to be really clear about Satan Claus. And there was a 2016 and a 2025 JawnCon presentation. The 2016 presentation is the one that kicked me off to go, how do I do that too? The 2025 presentation was like, oh my gosh, it's getting better. So I wanted to get bigger. And so I was able to just continue to expand upon the building of these tools, because I'm not going to get any taller. Nothing, you guys are quiet today, man. And I knew that I went fast, and I had a demo that's not working, so that we'll just drag just a tiny bit. The other set of Discord's channels that I would also recommend is the Radio Frequency Hacker Sanctuary. Zero Chaos is the individual that kind of manages and runs that group. Without Zero, I wouldn't know about some other tools that you'll see in the GitHub links. Use Supervisor D. Never heard of that before. So if you're a Linux person, you might know it, but Supervisor D really allows you to call commands in a nice, simple config. So that's how all of those devices get triggered here on that computer. Is each one has its own command line for a capture source. And as that capture source happens, Supervisor D controls that. And now you can stop and start from an easier command line, like maybe if you're driving and you want to pull over real quick and do an SSH into the back of the vehicle and make some changes, you can do it much easier without managing that. And it'll run in the background, so it's more of a service than it is a command line and seeing all the GUI stuff. And I really thank Zero Chaos for that. I wanted to go back to here, yeah. So that handles that. The Kismet docs are great at explaining where your configs belong and where they don't belong. And that's super important to maintain upgrades and compatibility and stuff like that. But I would say feel free to reach out to me in the Discord, in the DMs, anywhere you can find me. I do absolutely recommend, if you're interested in any of this stuff, get yourself a little SDR, get yourself a little single board computer like a Raspberry or NUC, or even a laptop out of a thrift store. I've seen people do some amazing things with this stuff, and I really feel that this will help you see what's around you. Maybe it'll give you a key to think about what you're carrying on you or where you're going and how you're parking, and just to be aware of what's around you, because I want to be knowing what other people are knowing. And this is as close as I think we can get without vans showing up and taking you away. Yes, and we would hope that we would know a strange van is coming. So the kit that's over there, I will get that working, and I will make sure that it's in the chill out room again. I just had a little trouble getting it operational, and I didn't want to waste any time. I wanted to talk to you folks who walked all the way over here and dealt with that elevator to come into here. So I do have time, because I know that I wasn't going to do the demo now. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
With this type of monitoring equipment, is it feasible to receive, at least try to demodulate, data signals from satellites? I know with the non-geosynchronous ones, you've got Doppler shift to worry about. But have you done that, and how feasible is it?
So the question is, can we do satellites? And you can with SDR. There are a whole other set of tools for that. Kismet Wireless doesn't have anything today, but if you're a programmer, they're always accepting pull requests and code, right? But yes, software-defined radio is perfect for that. There are tools at the Suffolk County Radio Club for Amateur Radio Day. We did the GOES weather satellite. That's an SDR into a single board computer. It's reading the data from the satellite line by line and then generating that JPEG for that, what everybody calls like the big blue marble picture. But Kismet doesn't do that. SDRs do. And in fact, if you build out a system, you can have that SDR hanging off of one of your other machines that goes to a dish that's on the front lawn, if you're allowed to put a dish on the front lawn. I'm not allowed yet. Go ahead.
So you've been to this for a while. What was the one frequency that was like your aha? You saw something you didn't think you were going to find that you really fired it up and you're like, wow, that's really out there.
What frequency was the aha? I don't know if there was a single frequency that was an aha. What was more of an aha was, hey, when the leaves fall, I can see more gas meters down the block. I thought that was interesting. Like when propagation is happening that I don't really know everything about, every once in a while I see stuff from a block over. My disc cone is in the attic in the second floor. I don't have a picture of it, but I wanted to go to the diagram. So I live near a radio station. So these are things that you'll learn when you fire up SDR of what's around you, but there really wasn't any specific aha. It was more of like, okay, I know that exists. I've been watching people in the Discord. They've been pulling this data out. That exists, this exists. The Kismet docs, if you read the Kismet docs, you'll go, oh, there's a lot of stuff out there. But it was really more about how far I could go or how far I could see, where I was kind of like, why can I see 3 streets over? That's just like, that's crazy to me. And that brings us back to like radio frequency. In the chill out room, I'll tell you what AM and FM I was told meant. It was like almost magic and something magic, right? That was just one of those moments like, this is kind of like crazy. But yeah, no, nothing specific, aha. I haven't seen anything that made me go, oh, I can see that. You're really reliant on the code from the RTLS SDR blog drivers or firmware that's in your Linux distro or the drivers that come down, and then Kismet kind of wraps that up and shoves it into its database. There's another question. Yes, sir. The question was whether or not we can correlate any of this data to anything else we might know? I'm sure somebody can. Kismet Wireless is not going to do that for you. It's going to be some work that you're going to have to do. I know some folks have written plugins that'll do a little bit of trilateration, a little direction finding and stuff like that. I've never gotten them to work. And I never really went to go dig for that. But yeah, I mean, so the example that I think I can talk around is a sensor at a gate. And we would see the same tire pressure sensor monitors on the FedEx vehicle that we would also see the Bluetooth device that the FedEx driver drives, right? Like those are things that I have seen happen in a distributed property environment of, oh, we know that it's the regular FedEx guy. So going back to operational security and knowing what's around you, what happens when it's a different FedEx guy? What happens when it's the truck and you don't see the sensor? You don't see the same sensors and you don't even see the same Bluetooth device. Now what? Do we, well, I don't know if we keep them at the gate, but I think it's very interesting, right? It's a data point. And to your question, those are things I think that can help correlate some of that stuff, right? In the chill out room, I can have a very deep conversation about some of the correlation I've seen behind the scenes of other data. But from this perspective, yes, you could take those data points out. You can export them out as a JSON and a CSV file. And like I said, I import a lot of that stuff into GravWell and then do queries against the data. So I do that a lot with war driving. Go ahead. I'm sorry? I have not attempted to look at EasyPass. I have not been interested in that. I did drive with a bunch of sensors on my way here from Long Island. I'll take a look at the data and see what I captured, but I haven't really dug into reading EasyPass, right? That's a... Well, so the question goes back to now how do we correlate things together, to your point? So if EasyPass was running a sensor that was listening to your TPMS, then they would take your TPMS and your EasyPass and go, we now know that vehicle, and we may know if that vehicle changes. Go ahead.
So the data that you're collecting from the tire sensors, you have 4 unique MAC addresses. In Kismet, can you take those 4 IDs and then give it an alias so you know that?
So it's not necessarily an alias. We have functions within Kismet to write notes. So we can write notes up at the top. So this is currently empty, so it wouldn't make it an alias, but it would give you you can make a note that goes into the SQLite database. You can then go check for that later, and then you can start making some connections between what's in the driveway, what's parked outside, what's your neighbors when they come home, and what's the difference between like when the garbage truck drives by. Those sensors are always wild, and I know the data's incorrect from RTL SDR, and it's incorrect, I think, a little bit from Kismet, but it's always like 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, you know it's not that, but it's very interesting in terms of that data. But you would do that again outside of Kismet. Well, that's where I would do it anyway. But I would make notes. Now, if you have a series of MAC addresses, the filtering function is awesome. That's the wrong slide. Up here in the filter, you can filter for name, you can filter for MAC address, you can filter for a lot of different things. So if you did have a series of MAC addresses that you wanted, you can throw it into the filter and then consistently just look for those, right? I did this before upstairs. I was joking that there weren't enough flipper zeros here because I had thrown in the MAC address and just did a filter for just the Bluetooth for flipper zero. There was another question, I thought. Yes, sir. Yeah, the question was, are the license plate readers and maybe the EasyPass a little bit obsolete? I don't think so from the business side perspective. I don't think EasyPass wants to try to figure out you going through their toll booth by TPMS sensors. They may want to go and look at TPMS sensors if you're driving through with no tag and unreadable plates, that might be a data point that they'd want to try to go find. Some of those pictures, though, have you seen them of the front of your car? They're pretty high res. I think they're going to read your registration on your car. They're going to read your sticker before they bother trying to do TPMS on you. So 11:30 tomorrow we're going to talk because I do love this game because I have a 40-foot setback from my house to the curb. I have an antenna about 60 feet from the curb, and I'm seeing every single TPMS sensor that comes out in the street 75 or 80 feet away. So yes, but no, right? Because going back to the diagram, right? I have a Lotus Systems low noise amplifier from 100 to 6 gigahertz pushing received information after the FM block into there. So I am shoving signal at these things. And I am at the behest, is that the wrong word? Should be, of the SDRs to figure that out, right, and get that data. But yeah, I can see TPMS sensors absolutely 3 houses away, which would be like 140 feet. And I don't know how. 20 meters is a good guess on what I get. Perfect. 20 meters is a good guess. I love it. Anything else? Question all the way in the back. Speak up because I can't hear.
Hey, what's your data retention look like? How long do you collect data at your house, and how long do you store it? How much space would I be looking at if I wanted to? What's your policy?
Who did GDPR just show up? The question was, what was the data retention? So, as an individual, you set your own policies, and you'll handle that yourself. So this data is small. The sensor data is small. I think I have 2 minutes. The sensor data is in the SQLite database. I want to say a 24-hour capture in a low traffic area, like my neighbors coming and going, and a couple delivery and FedEx and all that. I don't think it's over a gig. I don't think it's over a gig for that. So you're able to really scale that well when I go through like Manhattan. I want to say it's pretty significant. But when I'm in Manhattan, I'm doing a lot of other things. So that data is all combined in the SQLite database. Yes, sir.
I'm curious if you recall what the gain and the noise figure is for your LNA.
So, yep. So what was the gain or the gain and the noise factor? So I honestly will tell you that I don't know. I include the part number there. I'm sure it's in some of the spec sheets. I'm normally a person of I'm pushing this stuff together, and if it's working, perfect, right? If it's not working, let me go ask somebody why. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, right? You're absolutely correct. The 20 something or 30 dB increase there is covering the dB loss across the splitter, and pushing that signal out. And then we even get to pinch the gain back up in the SDRs, right? So if anything really starts to slip. But the magic is that it's still able to decode it, right? Like that's the gosh darn magic. I think any other questions? We'll ask one more time. Then we can close. Thank you, everybody, for sitting through this. I really appreciate it. Slides and everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Slides and other stuff will be up in GitHub, and we will see you soon. I'll get that working, and we'll be in the chill out room later.
Excellent. So, the rapid disappearance of digital games as seen in Japanese feature phones. Hello, my name is Ellen Cooper. I am a board member of Hack Manhattan, a hacker space in New York City, many of whom have come here today, as well as friends of Hack Manhattan. I am also a board member of HitSave, which is a charity, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving both video games and the media surrounding it, media, promotion media, interviews with developers, things of that sort. I'm here to talk about a problem that I think we are all going to be encountering in a short period of time, which is the problem of the disappearance of digital games. The problem of what happens when you don't have a cartridge or physical form of a game to hold on to. I'm talking about Japanese feature phone games for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that they are currently obsolete now that we have smartphones, and so we can use them as a way of looking at the whole life cycle of what happens from beginning to end in these digital marketplaces, and what we might be able to do during the time these are alive, and what we are able to do even when the marketplaces are gone. So I'm going to start with a very incredible moment of time that perhaps you've seen, perhaps you've not. This is a social media post from the Game Preservation Society. The Game Preservation Society is a game preservation nonprofit in Japan. It's the only one. The post says, "This is not a drill. The venerable Japanese iMode service is finally shutting down in 1 week. This means a large number of mobile games from the 2000s may be lost forever, and we're looking for someone with experience to help extract data from these devices." Oh, this has a lot of specific references to Japanese phone culture. I will explain them. First, what is iMode? iMode is a mobile internet service and a web portal provided by the mobile provider Docomo. Think of Docomo as a service like AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. iMode was a monthly subscription that you could opt into, and by opting into that subscription, you could access a variety of mobile-only websites. These websites had news, they had blogs, they also had downloaded games. Games that were downloaded, that you could download from well-known publishers such as Sega, Square Enix, Capcom, Bandai Namco, Taito, etc. If there was a Japanese game publisher in the 2000s, they probably released phone games that you've never heard of, because these phone games were not released internationally. There was a brief moment in which iMode was attempted to be launched internationally, but it flopped in basically every region. They were just too set up in WAP at that time. So, why should we care about mobile games, you might be thinking? If you had a mobile phone back in these days, maybe it could play Snake, or maybe you'd be playing a bunch of the Gameloft shovelware, like Rainbow Six Vegas Mobile. Would not recommend it. I've played that myself. But actually in Japan, the phone games were significantly more advanced. I would say that the graphics in these games were more on par with like the GBA, or sort of a time period between the Game Boy Advance and the Game Boy DS. And I'll be showing what this looks like in a bit. Another difference was just the massiveness of the marketplace. The marketplace for games was very much like the marketplace you would find for games on a PC, where you could just go to a website and download a game, whether it's from a small publisher or from a big franchise. The big franchises had credit card transactions that were authorized by Docomo, and the homebrew developers, you could just download it for free. In fact, what made this unique is that phone service providers like Docomo would actually work with the game publishers to make these games, to promote the games, to pre-install the games on phones to get people interested, because they made games that required an online connection. And the longer people were online, the more they would be paying in fees, more profit. So here are some games from this era that are, I think, notable in my mind. I don't know if you've heard of any of them, but I'll go through some of them quickly. Before Crisis, Final Fantasy VII, probably the most remarkable game that came out on phones in 2004. This game is a prequel story. It takes place about 10 years before the events of Final Fantasy VII, where you are part of the Turks. I don't know the story of Final Fantasy VII very well, but you can look this up. There is some game footage and such. This game had some incredible features as part of it. Online play. You could generate materia by taking a photograph, and the majority color in the photograph was the kind of materia that you got. Among other things, these features are crazy. Xenosaga Pied Piper. This is another game that is a prequel to Xenosaga Episode 1 with some exclusive story that never got released outside of Japan. This game never got really released. All that was remaining of it was just some videos, and that's it. Rockman Dash, Great Adventure on 5 Islands. Rockman Dash is better known as Mega Man Legends in the US, and I believe in other countries as well. So for those who might not be familiar with Mega Man Legends were 3D Mega Man games that were released on the PlayStation. Now, this is a 3D game released on a flip phone with those graphic capabilities. Pretty incredible. Lastly, I want to point out Professor Layton and the Mansion of the Deathly Mirror, an entire Professor Layton game that was only released on Japanese flip phones and never released anywhere else ever again. And you might think, are there really just these full console games that were released only on flip phones that we've just never heard of? Is this real? Yes, it is. Not only is it real, but I am really only scratching the surface of some of the insanity that was part of this mobile game collection. I want to talk about the features of what made this marketplace so precarious, what has led to the problems that I will be going over in just a little while. So, for the games that required you to be connected to the network, they of course stored a lot of information on an external server. What this means is what happens when the server goes away. So does the game. In addition, a lack of offline mode. What happens if the server goes away? You can't play the game. In Japan, they had monthly subscriptions where you could opt to basically do sort of like a cloud gaming. You would be able to download a game, and then every month, the game would check in with the server to make sure that you were still subscribed to the service. And if you were not, the game would lock itself. This was in like the mid-2000s, to give you an idea. We only started picking up this stuff later. The inability to transfer game data to external storage, which was eventually introduced in the later years, but was not before that, which means you can't get the games off of an SD card. The only way you're going to get the game off is if you're able to extract it directly from the phone itself. Lastly, another point that I want to add is select game servers shutting down at random times before the entire market is closed down. So when GPS made their message, a lot of stores were already closed. Konami closed their stores in, I think, 2016. Capcom closed their stores as well. There were only a few publishers who were even still around. So the effort was simply to save the games from those publishers. And the reason that it took so long to start this effort, the reason why we had the code red, is because the Game Preservation Society was alerted to the preservation crisis by a user named Rockman Cosmo, who I'll be quoting a bunch during the presentation, who's also a friend of mine. So, Rockman Cosmo wrote an open letter to various game organizations saying, these stores are going to close in a month. After that, you can't play the games. If they haven't been bought, if they haven't been purchased, they're gone. The Game Preservation Society eventually saw this letter with about 2 weeks left to go. And this is a quote of the letter itself, which I think will one day become a historical document, but. So, what's happening? November 31st, the final games will have all their servers shut down. Everything that is not downloaded will become lost media as far as we know. So, what's the timeline the Game Preservation Society has? Less than 2 weeks. How many games? Nobody really knows. And how many phones with an iMode subscription? Only a few, because Docomo stopped taking new iMode subscriptions in 2019. So they had to find people who were already subscribed to the service at least 3 years prior to even be able to go onto these marketplaces to purchase the games. So what happened next? A manic downloading spree, day and night, just downloading as many games as possible, but not just downloading them, also running them at least once to make sure that they actually work. Since most of these games were downloaded onto a single phone, and that phone could not hold all the games, the additional games were transferred to SD card, because that was a feature that was introduced. And in the end, there were 857 games downloaded and saved onto a total of 4 SD cards, which is pretty incredible. This includes games from Sega. This includes games from Gmode, a publisher that's not so well known here, but they created a lot of phone games, and they have one well-known franchise we'll go over later. Now, here's the thing. When the Game Preservation Society did this, they took a big gamble. Because at the time, we didn't know if we'd get that data off the SD card. There was no way to do it yet. It had a cryptomeria cipher. It was locked with DRM. Additionally, once we were able to crack the cipher, if there was a way to figure it out, if we could get the S-Box, if we could get all those tools, would the game itself actually be there? Or would it be something where it transfers the metadata to an SD card and leaves some of it on the phone and the whole thing's just split apart? And this is a multi-$1,000 guess. They raised about $5,000 to $10,000 to purchase all of these games. I also want to talk about the results of the closure in general. Because as I mentioned before, a lot of the publishers shut their stores down earlier than 2021. And what happened when they shut their games down? Most games contain network checks with the original game servers. With these servers gone, these games became unplayable. And this was not just for network-relying games. This was not just for subscription games, but this often happened to just single-purchase games, where they would somehow still need the check anyway. So one day, you have a game. The next day, you can't boot it at all. It's gone. Well, you can't touch it at least. So, because the games could no longer be played, people thought, well, what's the point of holding on to this? The game is gone. I like the game, but there's only so much I can do now. So then in 2019, 2020, 2021, Japanese government comes out and says, hey, we got to make medals for the Olympics. Let's do this in an eco-friendly way. Give in your cell phones, and we'll melt them down for the medals. Thus meaning that there was no hope of recovering that data, because you cannot recover data from a device that no longer exists. And this might seem like where the story ends, where a bunch of games, thousands of games are lost forever, a few are caught by one nonprofit, maybe they grab the games, it goes into their local library, we don't see it for a number of years because of copyright issues, and that's that. However, there's actually another story. And this story of what happens post-shutdown is going to be a large focus of this presentation. The beginning of the recovery. So, for 2 years after the Game Preservation Society's manic downloading spree, nothing really happened. Although the Game Preservation Society themselves have experience extracting data, their main focus was not on phone games, and not even games from the 2000s, but rather on 90s PC Japanese games. So they knew how to work with MSX, PC98, they knew how to preserve the discs, they knew how to preserve the papers that came with them. They did not have the tools to do anything with these digital games. So they needed volunteers. They needed volunteers with enough technical skills to do things like break the encryption on the SD card, extract the data from the SD card, find a way to hack into the phones themselves for the games that are saved in the phones and extract those games. There are people out there who have these skills. Probably some of you in the audience could know how to do this stuff. The problem is, the biggest challenge is making people care. To make people care enough about these games to want to invest that time in figuring out an exploit for these devices to help remove the game so that they can be saved in a database for the long term. So, what could people do when there wasn't anyone around to do the technical stuff? Well, we just did a lot of talking. So, Rockman Cosmo went on to all sorts of podcasts, all sorts of blogs, talking about iMode, talking about the games, large focus on Mega Man games, Rockman games, of course, but mentioning other games as well. And this was around the time that I started learning about Japanese feature phones. When I saw these coming into my feed, I was already doing a bit of game preservation in general, and I thought, wow, there really is this whole secret gaming universe that very few people know about. And I thought, so maybe the stores are closed, but maybe there are some things we can do. For instance, there are a lot of pre-installed games that would already be pretty incredible to find if we had a way to do it. A Pokemon game that was released on feature phones, Monster Hunter, Bomberman, Devil May Cry, Dante X Virgil. Don't Google that. You may regret searching that on the web, as I did. Oh, Crash Bandicoot, Bomberman, Ridge Racer, Final Fantasy VII. This is just the pre-installed games, the ones where if you just get the phone and it's not connected to the server, you can still play it because they were built to just be the basic games that you could play while you were still setting up the phone. This opened a lot of options. And that's when I started doing more research on Japanese phone games in general. I realized there was very little written about these games. Basically, there were a few franchise-based wikis that would mention a single phone game or two from a franchise, and if you went to that page, it would say, very little is known about this game, and that was it. So, I created a wiki called Keitai Wiki. Keitai being the Japanese word for phone. The focus of this wiki was for pre-Android games, although I should clarify that the word Keitai is a general word for all phones, pre and post-smartphone. And when I started adding more games to this wiki, I started adding so many pages. There were just so many games to record that I started getting back pains from sitting at the computer so long, templating out hundreds of pages. I discovered more interesting things about the game library. It wasn't just that there were big publishers in there. What was really fascinating about having a digital marketplace is that it gave an opportunity for publishers to publish more risky games because they didn't have to worry about production costs. So you could see some really wild stuff. Amigo Kun's Love Test, Samba de Amigo Love Test app. You upload a picture of you and the person you like, and then they look at the picture and they rate your compatibility. It also has the King's Cup drinking game in there as a supplemental minigame. Or Nakayoshi Chow, a virtual pet chow raising game on your flip phone. Totally lost media right now, but a lot of people want to find it. Maybe we will, we'll see. The game over there is a motion-controlled game where the goal is to slap your father into space. With motion controls. Also notable, Domino's Pizza. If you played that game, you could earn a real coupon to use at Domino's. Could you imagine? We've got we have Space Invaders X Pac-Man, a crossover game that was only available for 2 months, 1 or 2 months. Plus the other version, Pac-Man X Space Invaders, each released on the individual services. So one was released by Taito, one was released by Bandai Namco. You needed both prescriptions in that same 2 months to be able to play those games. This one is a game where you stamp tickets. It's a Densha de Go game. There was a lot of Densha de Go on these phones. This one is a game where you search for ghosts using real photos, a feature that I mentioned earlier with Before Crisis. And over here is a Katamari Damacy spin-off game based off of the mini game at the end of Me and My Katamari, where you play a Katamari in a flat 2D setting with 8-bit style graphics. There were 2 games actually that were released in that style. There are some games with mobile origins that are interesting to look at it from a historical standpoint. Now, I know that there's a lot of mixed things that people say about Kingdom Hearts Coded, which became Recoded. There's also Final Fantasy IV, The After Years, which started out on phones as Final Fantasy IV, The After. There are some that you may not know of as well. Have you heard of Kukiyomi? This started as a flip phone game. It's been bouncing around on Steam and things like that. The whole point of the game is to do the most polite thing possible. So when you see a boyfriend and a girlfriend showing up, you're supposed to move so that they may sit next to each other. Probably supposed to move to the other side of the pole so that they're not split by the pole, and that's the whole point of the game. The one that surprised me the most was Kingdom Hearts Rhythm Parade, where I thought, wow, that looks a lot like the Final Fantasy Theatrhythm games. And there's a reason for that. Kingdom Hearts Rhythm Parade came out first. It came out with the rhythm game portion and also the art style, which was used in multiple Kingdom Hearts flip phone games. So this game, Kingdom Hearts Rhythm Parade, was essentially the proto version of what became an entire new rhythm gaming series. And not even for the same franchise. Although Kingdom Hearts Rhythm Parade did feature Final Fantasy characters, as you can see in this screenshot. You could play with Final Fantasy characters or Kingdom Hearts characters. This is the kind of interesting historical connections that I, as an archivist, am fascinated by. It's like watching writers reiterate on each other's works and expand upon them. It's an interesting way to follow the path that game development as a whole has taken. And so it's very sad after a while making all these articles and thinking, man, I guess these games are gone. There's nothing I can do. They looked like they were cool, but what can be done? A lot could be done. And it started with me trying to reach out to get more help from people who knew a lot more than I did about technical devices and hacking. I studied literature in college. I can't really code in assembly or C. I don't understand a lot of the technical subjects I'm even talking about, but I'm hoping that I can bring them up and other people do. So in 2023 at the Coney Island Maker Faire, I made a sign that said, please hack my phone. The QR code just takes you to the Discord for Hack Manhattan, in which we were talking about the preservation of Japanese feature phones. Nothing shady, nothing questionable, but I think a lot of people were a little nervous. At least it made a lot of people ask questions. A lot of people became very curious from this provocative sign. Let me go over some of the technical challenges. Again, like I said, I don't have a hugely technical background. I'm going to try to not make errors. There's a good chance that you in the audience will know more about what I'm talking about than I do. But I'm hoping I can give at least a somewhat of an introduction into the kinds of problems that you run into trying to preserve games off of Japanese feature phones. So, a lot of these feature phone manufacturers made phones only in Japan. Did you know that Fujitsu made phones? Did you know that Mitsubishi made phones? Did you know that Sharp made phones? Panasonic. Did you know that they also made phones? All these people made phones. You know about these people. But we don't know anything about these people. This is uncharted territory. Looking at the operating systems. These phone systems, some use operating systems more familiar than others. The versions of Linux, a little more familiar. But they were all highly customized and highly proprietary. And of course, being proprietary, that means you're not going to find documentation on this stuff. You have to do a lot of guessing. By the way, anyone here good at Symbian? Anyone? Symbian 3? Hey, all right. Talk to me later. Looking at some of the systems on chips, some of these are familiar. Texas Instruments, Qualcomm. But there were also a number of proprietary CPUs as well. If you tried to search for M2, you're probably not going to find anything about NEC. You're going to find way more stuff about Apple. There's hardly any information on these at all. The NAND chips, also hardly any information at all. This is one NAND chip that's used in a phone, the SH10C. I went to Google it. The only result I found was someone that I know asking on a forum, do you know about this NAND chip? No one responded. So let's talk about the resources that we're missing. We don't have data sheets. We don't have schematics. To clarify, for anyone who saw the presentation over at 1 p.m., if you tried looking up the numbers, the FCC numbers for these phones, the companies actually put NDAs submitted to the US government to make sure that people could not see those schematics. So they're hidden, except for one phone where they forgot to send it in time, but mostly they were hidden. So example firmware downloads, nope. Service manuals, nope. Debugging software, nope. Tools for reading the NAND chips themselves, nope. So we had nothing. Some people would look at that and say, well, that's too bad. Good luck. Or, why would you even bother? But some people look at a situation like this and think, this is a challenge. Those are the people I've been trying to find. So first, I want to look at one of the technical challenges that we actually ended up solving, and this was the challenge of the SD card encryption. So when data is transferred to the SD card on these phones, it was encrypted with the cryptomemory cipher using 56-bit keys. Rockman Cosmo, who I mentioned earlier in the presentation, talked to an academic who wrote research on the cryptomemory cipher. This was before they had any information. They didn't even know the S-box. So he goes up to the guy. He says, do you think we could figure this out? And he says, no, not at all. So it's a good thing we found the S-box by accident. As we see on the tags that some of us took, better lucky than good. The S-box was found on an old Samsung phone where it was used to encrypt live television recordings and was not used for anything else. So we got the S-box. The next thing we had to do was get the device key. And that we did through pure brute forcing with an AMD Radeon RX 7900 XTX at a speed of 34 billion keys a second. This brute forcing effort was also live streamed. Here's a picture of Hack Manhattan, where we put the live stream on projector for us to all watch and enjoy over the course of what became 20 days. It was estimated that this process would take 24 days at most. It was also estimated that the key that was found in this process had a 60% likelihood of actually working. By the time we got to day 20, we weren't sure if it was going to happen. We really weren't. And then it did. Credit going to some of the incredible programmers who made that happen, and the people who are definitely not me. So now we finally obtained the ability to be able to take the data out of other SD cards. Now each SD card still has its own SD card specific keys that need to be brute forced, but that takes like a week. That's no big deal. Not as bad as don't need a Radeon graphics card putting 34 billion keys a second. Next, I want to talk about the debug cable. At least this is sort of an unofficial name of what we called it. So there were some phones, there was one set of phones by NEC that was also released in Europe. And in Europe, it's a lot easier to find information about these phones. They're not as good at keeping things secret. So we were able to find information about a way to boot the phones into debug mode by bridging just a few pins with some solder. And this is a chart of all the meanings. I'm sorry, it's in Chinese. Uh, the research does exist. This is just a demonstration of it. Generally, what this does is it's just explaining the purpose behind each of these. The main point to focus on is that at pin 8, that's defined by the manufacturer as to what the purpose of that pin does. So we thought, okay, this will work for the NEC phones. And this will work for the Panasonic phones because actually NEC and Panasonic had very similar firmwares. I think they were actually both developed by Panasonic. What we didn't expect is that when we took some of the other Docomo phones and plugged it in, they reacted too. And I theorize this is because Docomo created a system in which you could transfer your data from one phone to the next in store through using a plug. I suspect that Docomo required every manufacturer to include a back door to make this possible, which made it very convenient for users at the time and very convenient for us. It's a good thing we found this out now instead of, a decade ago when people could have done really bad things with that information. So, how did we get the firmware? A lot of those NAND chips we didn't know, but there were some phones that were released very later on, in like 2014. These phones were essentially meant for an audience of the elderly. People who are used to using flip phones, didn't want to move on to smartphones, didn't want to lose the ability to press buttons, didn't want to deal with a whole new OS. So we've got some granny phones, right? And because they had the eMMC, you could use them with something like an XGSU. And that gave us example firmware. And from there, it was possible to work backwards. And then came the exploits that were able to follow the firmware and work through USB. I don't know how clear this image is, but if you want to look up information on this, all of this is open source. The project is called KT Dumper, KT being short for KTI. And this is probably the first exploit that we had, the one that only worked for the NEC phones, the one before we realized that all the phones reacted to the cable. The thing is, they kept having to come up with more of them because, of course, every manufacturer made their phones a little bit differently. Every manufacturer had to have their own approach to getting inside. There were some similarities. And it wasn't actually just any manufacturer, but there was also a lot of variety within the same manufacturer. There was times when they suddenly leaped to a new firmware version. There were times when they leaped and used different types of NAND. Some of them went from NAND, they went to use one NAND, they used Flex 1 NAND, very specific technologies. They used MDOC, and sometimes they just switched them around from one model to the next, so even the chronological order wouldn't really make sense. And what's really incredible about this is we were talking in the presentation over at 1 o'clock, people were talking about the exploits for PS3, Xbox 360. When people are looking at a game console like that, there are a lot of people who are interested. There are lots of people who are looking for exploits. How many people were looking for the exploits here? Maybe 2 or 3. There were a couple more of us cheering them on saying, yeah, you go, because we couldn't do it. Then some more surprising things happened. We started getting lots of junk phones. This was the most efficient way to add more compatibility to KT Dumper, rather than trying to obtain phones one at a time. But the thing about junk phones is that sometimes the previous owner didn't wipe all the data, which means sometimes you can find downloaded games on there. There's the other stuff, but we ignore that. That's not what we care about. And some of that stuff you don't want to see at all. But there were some really great surprises. Of course, a lot of these phones were initialized. People took their data, things like that, password locked, etc. But sometimes you win the jackpot. We managed to find all 6 chapters of Professor Layton in the Mansion of the Deathly Mirror on a phone that could not even fully show its screen. I don't know if this phone was actually in a house fire. I don't think it was. It was a comment that somebody made at some point, like, oh man, looks like it might have been a house fire. Maybe it was like some moisture damage. And then the articles just ran with it. I particularly like how this one put the ashes on top of the photo as a filter for how the game was risen from the ashes, literally. This phone had a lot of other games too. It was incredible. Sometimes you do hit the jackpot. There are other ways that we find games. A lot of times, sometimes, we're actually able to talk to people in Japan. It doesn't happen often. It's difficult to do, but it does happen. So I'm going to take a look at some of the games that we found in some of those ways. Mainly, I want to talk about, before Crisis, Final Fantasy VII. Now, there was one member of our community who went by the name Naya Shinoda. That's not his real name, but we're going to call him that. He was very, very set on finding Before Crisis and making it a playable game. And in his quest to do this, he managed to find someone in Japan who had the downloaded files on his phone. And after a careful, I think, year and a half or so of building friendship and trust, he managed to convince this person in Japan to mail the phone over so we could get the data out, which is incredible. This was thought to be a completely lost game. Nobody would ever see it ever again. But there's a big but. The big but is that this game was completely network reliant. What we really had were pieces of a game, not a totally functional game in and of itself. We had some levels here. We had some character files there. The game wouldn't even boot without having the ability to connect to the server. If you took away the connection to the server, it still wouldn't work because the server connection was just so fundamental to it that you just couldn't make the game work. So that meant we just had to create the entire server, you know? Just And given the series Final Fantasy VII, it's a very popular series, we thought, okay, maybe if we reach out on social media, someone will come over and help us. And so that's what we did. That's what Crackman Cosmo did. We made a whole post explaining, hey, we found these games. We also found all the Kingdom Hearts games, which also need a server. Can anyone help us out? We don't quite know what we need, but we know that the game does not work right now. So, began the reverse engineering progress. First was simply getting the game to load at all. The game no longer refuses to load the stage data now. It just crashes for some reason, so we will figure it out. Then, gathering all 38 files in the stage file to reconstruct it from scratch. There were tools that were developed specifically for rebuilding Before Crisis. There were tools for managing. It actually came as a collection of multiple apps that would bounce from one to the other. So you have the main game. There was one app where you could go to the Golden Saucer and do mini games. It was incredible. You got character select to load. Just need to know what data's in there. The phone itself only had one character saved. So the only hope we had of finding other characters was by finding them in a lot of junk phones or just guessing. We're still kind of figuring that part out. One of the things we were able to do is there was one phone that ran on Brew, not J2ME, it ran on Brew, that had a trial of the game, and the code was hand converted into J2ME. Actually, it wasn't exactly J2ME, it was Doja, which stands for Docomo Java, which is a highly specialized form of J2ME that doesn't run on most emulators, and so it was converted to Doja, actually, from Brew. And we were able to get more data that way. Then we were actually able to get the camera effect to work on a PC emulator, which was not necessarily a given. And then we were able to record actual gameplay footage, perhaps the first to be recorded since the servers shut down. This was enough to have people writing articles about it. And these are articles that you can look up yourself to find out more of the details. But yes, basically, the quest to save Before Crisis, it isn't merely just finding the game. In a way, it's building the game. Did my video not show up? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Excellent. So I'll show just a few parts so you can see how it looks. Wonder if there's sound. We'll see. All right, that's enough for now because we've got plenty of other things to talk about. All right, another thing I want to talk about is how we actually have helped multiple people in Japan play the games that they already bought. Because there might be this sense, given the rigidity of the laws in Japan, that everyone in Japan is more rigid about these things in general. But often that's not true. What happened for a lot of people in Japan is one day their games just didn't work anymore, and they were disappointed. So one of these people, who was a particular fan of the Dragon Slayer series, reached out to us, reached out to Keitai Wiki, the community that I ended up creating around game preservation, asking us for help preserving Dragon Slayer 4. And we were able to do it. And this is a quote that he actually sent me in a private message. "I am now experiencing happiness beyond my wildest dreams. I was able to get my hands on Dragon Slayer 4, which I thought I would never be able to play again since 2008. The work that we do, it means a lot to people. And I'm very happy that we're able to help people, especially when we're able to help people in Japan, so that it's not just us looking at the games and looking at the outside, but us trying to have a conversation and a meaningful relationship. I'm going to talk about some more games because I got a little bit of extra time. So, we actually did manage to find Space Invaders X Pac-Man, the game that was only around for like a month or two. But this one's a little crazier. This game was around for one day. December 30th, 2007, the special version of Dodonpachi Dai Ujo DX Recover was released and then subsequently taken down. This might be the rarest game that we have ever found. And this was someone who we talked to in Japan who managed to save the game on their phone. It wasn't a lucky junk find. But still, one day, talking about the exclusivity of these games. Kingsfield Mobile. That was a fun one. Everybody's making the same joke. It is a 3D Kingsfield mobile game. Runs pretty slowly, but still do some cool stuff with it. Over here is a PlayStation version, and then over there is the phone version, which honestly looks kind of on par, gotta say. We have Katamari Damacy Mobile, which used motion controls. Basically, it didn't have a gyroscope on the inside. It used the camera, the built-in camera on the phone, to detect the vibrations so that it could identify when the phone was tilting. Was this the best technology? No. But this was before the iPod Touch. This was early. So it's pretty impressive. Gradius Neo Imperial, where someone managed to recreate the proper sign library that I didn't have in the Before Crisis video. This is a fun game because in Gradius Neo Imperial, which was only released in Japan, you play as one of the enemy ships. So it might be a little hard to see in that screenshot, but you're playing with a large ship, and so it becomes a different kind of game. Rather than a bullet dodging game, it becomes more about the best way to maintain endurance. McMahon 39 is a wonderful homebrew game that I don't think licensed by Captain Co. Where you play as Hatsune Miku, fighting battles with different Vocaloid characters. There's also one point where there's like a floating Reimu head, Reimu from Toho, and maybe a few other references here and there. By the way, it's an incredibly difficult game. I don't think it got play tested, and it is almost impossible to beat. Rockman EXE, Phantom of Network, and Legend of Network. Now this was a cool one because we knew someone who had the trial. We removed the trial lock, right? We removed the network check. And then we played through the second world, the second level, and then the third level. And we're like, wait, is this just a whole game? Did they just put the pay lock, but actually put the entire game in the file? And yes, that is exactly what happened. Ni no Kuni, Hotrate Stories. Speaking of more just obscure sequels to games that we know, but did you know this one existed? Neither did I. In fact, I'm still not even totally clear whether they got past chapter 1. I really cannot find information about it. I think I found a tweet of someone complaining that it was too expensive. Also, this game was released in 2010, which was probably not the best timing for a feature phone game. Puyo Puyo Habanero. Spicy version of Puyo Puyo. But what was incredibly spicy is when the same day Sega tweeted back to that post with this post, "Would you accept the call?" Those eyes. And there's also Futari de Puyo Puyo, where you play 2 players, 1 phone. It is as chaotic as it looks. No, this isn't Konami. This is a Capcom game that's an RPG, and it's actually sort of in a Paper Mario kind of style. There are people working on a translation of this game just because it seems so fascinating, and the translation team has been just working on making these games more accessible. It's incredible. Some other fun features. Chariden. This is a virtual avatar that you could use on a video call with people in 2004. And you could use different fun characters like Sonic, or you could be Cloud going on a phone call, or Hello Kitty, just whoever you wanted. And then they would have different animations that were synced up with different buttons. So you could actually get into the call. A friend could tell you something, and you could make Sonic go like, oh. Then there was also the Machichara, which were a kind of digital assistant, sort of based on like Siri-like level of personal assistant technology, but they also got to be with fun characters such as Goku, letting you know that you have an incoming email. Klonoa Door to Phantomile, the whole PS1 game released on a flip phone. I don't quite know how they did that one, but they did. Ulala's Channel Day. This is a little bit like the Nakayoshi Chow app. It's sort of a standby app, but when it was connected to the network, I believe certain versions of this app would be able to even like tell you the news. So you could really interact. There were various games, mini games connected, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just a little look at some of the stuff, not the stuff that's theoretical. Those are the things that we have found and preserved, and they exist, and they're backed up. And now, showing all of that we've shown before, I want to talk about some lessons that I've learned in the digital media recovery process, things that you could implement in your own life if you're interested in preserving media you currently possess right now in the future. Number 1, hold on to your devices. Don't melt them into gold medals for the Olympics. We can't recover gains from a gold medal. Keep them in decent condition. Don't have to be obsessive about this, but just make sure if it's got like a port to plug in USB, don't smash it. I found some of those. Basically end up having to chip up those phones because you can't even plug it in. Sometimes they're just really dirty. You have to cycle through, do a lot of cleaning with isopropyl alcohol, you get them to work. Hold on to your devices, keep them decently clean. Number 2, just because you can't access it doesn't mean it's not there. As I mentioned in the case of Rockman EXE. That was a situation where there's a whole game hidden on there. But to clarify, a lot of the games that we had, as mentioned before, they had network locks so you couldn't access them. But they didn't spontaneously combust. They didn't delete themselves. They were still there. So you have to kind of trust that some of those games are still there. The main thing to keep in mind with this is to try to make sure you can run the game once, at least. If you can run it offline, that's even better, but sometimes that's not really an option. Sometimes you don't need to have it run offline to get enough data for it to be there. The goal is to just store as much local data as possible. Make friends, build trust. So while we can get some games from the junk lots, it's also really good when we can talk to people themselves. That is usually the most effective way if you want to find a specific game. And it is particularly risky for people in Japan to interact with this project at all. I mean, it's risky to all of us, but Japan is a place where you can give a Let's Play and monetize it and then go to jail for 2 years. Some people don't want to take that risk. If they don't be a jerk. Don't say, why are you hoarding media? This is why. And I think that's pretty reasonable. Support game preservation communities and nonprofits. So I'm part of a nonprofit, so of course I'm talking about that, but I also want to talk about communities because there's actually a role that each of these play. With the communities, or with the nonprofits, these are helpful for things like talking directly to publishers. For instance, HitSave has an arrangement with the publisher Super Rare Games, where anytime Super Rare Games releases a game, they give us a copy that we hold on to in the local library. Thus, you don't need to go and recover the game because it's been preserved from the start. That's excellent. It can also be good when you're talking to individuals who might be skeptical about sharing their information or their data or sharing the games at all. I mean, would you rather talk to the Video Game History Foundation, a very well nonprofit for game preservation in the US? Would you like to talk to them? Or you want to talk to someone with the username FunkyMonkey444? FunkyMonkey444 is going to look at your phone, get the games out. Some people might not want to do that, and that is understandable. At the same time, there are the roles of the communities. These roles, it's easier to join in a community. You're not restricted necessarily by the same rules, as long as people don't find out about it. And a lot of times what happens is that these communities will build the open source tools, and then those open source tools are what are later used by these other organizations to preserve the games. So there's a very close relationship, which is another reason why HitSave supports open source projects and provides funding for open source projects related to video game preservation. Anyone can apply for that if you happen to have that as a project. Lastly, I think this is the biggest one. This is the biggest one. This is the elephant in the room. Still hard to talk about, still hard to really understand, but in terms of copyright laws, it might be good to consider things like, if you can't buy the game anymore and someone recovers it, maybe we don't need to be so hard on them. Maybe if the game's like 15, 20 years old, totally obsolete, we can give some slack. Thing is, some might argue, well, what if the publishers re-release these games and you're affecting their sales? And I know a lot of people have criticism about re-releases, thoughts that like they're not putting in effort to make new games, whatever. I'm not going to focus on that. What I'm going to focus on is the fact that we don't know what the companies have and what they don't. We don't know if they still have versions of Rockman Dash Great Adventure on 5 Islands. We don't know if they have the Rockman EXE games. They re-released those Mega Man games and didn't include it. The game could be gone. We don't know. It's possible that someone on the phone could have the last version. We don't know. So even if something like having a library where publishers are required to put at least one copy of their game so that we can know that it's at least somewhere to be held onto, a lot of things would make this situation better. That covers most of it. I want to end this presentation with a note from Rockman Cosmo's response to his open letter after the iMode stores closed. The death of the iMode website is a lesson for all video game enthusiasts about preserving history before it's too late. There will surely be a similar video game preservation crisis in the future. Will we be ready? Thank you. So if you want to find out more about these projects, these are the websites: Keitai Wiki for game info, Keitai Archive for more game info, Keitai World is where you can come in and chat with us and be our friends. Thank you.
Check one. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. In honor of Seinfeld, this is the last talk. I am the A-man. My name is Ira Victor, and I am the last talk of the day. This is actually the first time I've given a talk like this. I've talked at many conferences before. This is who I am, stuff I do. This talk, 3/4 of this talk was presented at B-Sides Las Vegas at Sky Talks about 2 months ago. Sky Talks are an off-the-record talk, so there's no recordings, no smartphones allowed out, no smart watches, no smart glasses, no laptops. And if a device is found to be out, it is confiscated from the attendee and literally thrown out a 17th floor window. Sky Talks happens at the 17th floor of a casino hotel in Las Vegas. It has a long tradition of having off-the-record talks. I was asked to give this talk here for all of you in the Philadelphia area. But I was asked to give a part of it on the record because the cameras are running. That's at the end of the original talk. So I'm actually going to give you the conclusion to the talk first for the benefit of the videotape, the YouTube audience, and then we're going to kill the cameras, and you're going to get the off-the-record portion that was at B-Sides. I've never done a talk backwards before, so this will be interesting for me and for you. What I'm going to ask you to do in terms of your devices is that I'm going to come down off the stage during the off-the-record part. I'm going to ask all of you to put away your phones, your laptops, take off your smartwatches, put them in your bag. I'm going to be walking around. I'm going to ask you to keep an eye on your neighbor. If you see your neighbor with a device, tell them to put it away, please. Say, put that back in your bag. If I see people recording this the talk that's after the cameras come off, I will stop the talk. This talk was standing room only in Las Vegas at Security B-Sides. And that's part of how I got to be here today. So it's a good talk, but I can't. It must be off the record. Is that good? Is that good with everyone? Great. Now, until you see the intermission slide, you can have your device out. But as soon as you see that intermission slide, we go off the record. We good? Yep. Awesome. All right. Great. So I want to thank you for coming today. I live in Nevada. How many people that are in the audience here live are not from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or New York? Don't live in that state. Okay. You live in Tennessee, right? So, okay. Anyone farther than Tennessee? Baltimore. That's not farther. Okay. Well, anyone else farther than Tennessee? California. So farther than I am because I live in Reno. So, great. Well, it's good to be here with all of you. So you saw this stuff. I'm not the kind of presenter that reads slides. I do a bunch of stuff. I do more stuff than what's on there. I have patents in email security. One of the highlights I want to point out, because this is only the second time I've made this public. I am this part is public. I am one of the ambassadors for the Center for Internet Security Controls, which is the Center for Internet Security Controls is the de facto standard that defines reasonable security in the United States. It's in law, well, it was in either administrative law or book law statute in only 2 states about 8 years ago. I helped write the statute that put it into law in the state of Nevada. Now it's in states all over the country. And it defines what reasonable security is. Very important that we not only protect information security and privacy, but also that people have a legal remedy when things go wrong. And that is the yardstick. And I'm going to talk to you today about a program on the record part, where there will be a soon-to-be-launched desktop Linux that meets the CIS benchmarks. And you're only the second audience to hear this, The first was at B-Sides Las Vegas. So I'm involved in the development of that project. Okay, so this is going to be the talk that I give, lay the foundation for when we go off the record. Here's the part that's on the record. So I argue, well, the talk title, The Remote Grift, when naivete, get my title right, when cunning meets naivete and the victim becomes a criminal, I'm going to tell you information about legal cases in which criminals, cyber criminals, manipulated non-criminals to actually do their deeds. And those victims became charged criminally and are facing loss of their freedom. It is unlike any other talk that I have seen at any other conference, which is what inspired me to do it for B-Sides this year. Now, I'm going to lay that out for you off the record. Part of the conclusion of how do we counter this problem is that my theory is we have to stop security awareness training. Right? I trained thank you. I am a pet owner. All the pets I've owned have been rescued from a shelter. My latest shelter rescue dog was in the back seat of my car with the windows rolled down, and shortly after I rescued her, and I was driving on a suburban street in Nevada, and she saw a squirrel, and she jumped out of my car in moving traffic. If there had been a car in the other lane, it was one lane each way, I would no longer have a shelter dog, or that dog. I'd have a different one. I have to train my dog to sit and stay in the back seat of the car. You train an animal. You train a robot. People need to be educated. We educate people, and people need to be educated to have good critical thinking skills so that when they encounter cybercrime or cybercriminal, they have a gut that they can trust. My dog has no gut. My dog just knows when you're in the car, you sit down. If you stand up, we pull over, and you sit down, and then we go. We do not go to the park unless you are sitting in the back seat of the car. I train my dog. We have to educate people. So how do we do that? And I talk about a number of ways, but I want to go in this portion of the talk. I want to talk about a program that I am involved in. I have two pro bono efforts in my professional life. One is as ambassador for the Center for Internet Security Controls, and the other is on the board of the Reno Cigar Lions Computers for Kids Club. That program is nearly 20 years old. I was there at the very beginning. Our idea was we need to educate people about open source and security and privacy. How do we do that? Well, we thought we could take PCs that are end-of-lifed arbitrarily, just like we're going through right now. Windows 10 ends this year. This year and this month. Hundreds of millions of computers are being discarded because they cannot run Windows 10 without a registry hack. We all know that. So they get discarded. We said, what if we took those computers and we wiped them of this crappy, garbagey operating system known as Microsoft Windows? Buying security from Microsoft from the cloud is like buying a fire suppression system from an arsonist. Okay? It's not, Microsoft Windows 11, in my opinion, is designed as a surveillance operating system. And so you can't fix that. You wipe it and you put on open source. We put on a desktop Linux. And we identify, thank you, this entire presentation was written in open source and is being presented in a machine that I bought on eBay for less than $200 because it will not run Windows 11. They're being dumped on eBay right now, those kind of machines. This was done in desktop Linux, this whole presentation. we said we could identify low-income students and their parents because they won't have the snobbery to say, oh, I need Windows XX Pro. You know, I need Microsoft Office. I need Adobe Acrobat. I need QuickBooks. Those are the things I need to do my work because low-income people don't have a computer. So we identify low-income kids through the schools, public and private school, that don't have a computer that they own on their own. And we bring them, I'm going to come back to that slide. I think I skipped a slide. There we go. We bring them, I can't see the slides on this machine today. We bring them into this lab. That's a lab in a community center. We set it up. We stand up a lab once a month. And we bring young people in with their parents. They must come with their parents. And we educate them about security, privacy, and open source. We start to lay the foundation for good critical thinking. And at the end of the class, the student says, well, I'm supposed to get a free computer. It can't be this lab computer. This is a really nice system. What's the crappy computer I get? I go, no, that computer you're working on, we're going to pack it up. It's yours. You should see the look on the kids' faces. They can't believe it. This organization is 100% volunteer. We've given away over 15,000 systems. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. I believe, I have no evidence contrary to this, that this is the largest, either one of the largest or the largest open source security and privacy education program that gives free hardware to students in the country. We do one better too. We even tell the parents, as long as you keep open source operating systems on these computers, these desktop and laptops, you can bring the computer back during one of our labs until the student graduates high school or post-high school, college or trade school, and we will either fix it or repair the system for free. No one's doing this. No one's doing this as far as we know. Thank you. So, because I happen to be in both organizations, in leadership at the Reno Cigar Alliance Computers for Kids Club and at CIS, I helped make a desktop Linux benchmark, is what CIS calls it, available to the general public. It will launch at the end of this quarter or the beginning of next quarter. It will be free open source. And you will be able to install an open source operating system on the desktop that is configured for the Center for Internet Security Controls out of the box. Now, for those of you that don't know, there are right now 18 controls in the Center for Internet Security. If you follow all 18 controls, you will stop in excess of 90% of the attacks that cause data breaches. That's how we have the reasonable security. So, I think I've talked about this. Yeah, so these are the items that we're teaching the young people. They start with a classroom lesson about open source and information security and critical thinking, and then we give them the hands-on. And that at the end of the hands-on training, the computer that they've been using in the lab is theirs. And so, how do you get involved? All of you, any of you here can get involved in this. We've been doing hybrid meetings once a week about the Computers for Kids Club for ages. We actually use open source Jitsi. We don't use that crap Zoom that has a terrible track record of poor privacy and security. We do it on open source Jitsi. Any of you, all of you, can get involved to learn about what we're doing in Nevada. And then because we're part of Alliance Club, there are Alliance Clubs all over the country, actually all over the world. It is the largest service organization in the world, Lions Club International. So if you want to learn about this, if you want to learn about the operating system, come join us. You can come join us remotely. You can get involved remotely. And then if you want to expand this program locally, we will foster you. renocigarlions@gmail.com, or you text that number, 803-303-LION. That goes directly to us. You actually hear probably from our president, Ashley. She will get back to you. I'm on the board with Ashley. So now, I'm now going to close this. You can cut the video and have our intermission. Intermission is just me watching.